All right, come closer. Tonight we're dropping you into the muck and misery of the Dark Ages, where you're not a knight or a king, but a peasant, grubby, hungry, and probably not surviving past lunch. Picture this. It's dawn. The air's damp and smells like wet straw, and you're curled up on a lumpy straw mat in a hut that's more holes than walls. Roosters screech like they've got a personal grudge, and the cold seeps into your bones like an uninvited guest. You probably won't survive this, but let's see how far you get. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Leave a comment with the time and place you're watching this, so I can say a prayer for you and your family. May you be blessed with peace and health from above. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. You're awake, but it's not by choice. The Dark Ages don't care about your sleep schedule. It's around 500 to 1000 CE, and you're in a muddy village somewhere in Europe. Let's say Anglia, where the Saxons are scrapping with everyone. Your bed is a pile of straw on a dirt floor, shared with fleas and maybe a rat who thinks he's family. You're wearing the same scratchy tunic you've had on for weeks, smelling like sweat and yesterday's porridge. No snooze button here. The roosters and the thread of a noble's whip get you moving. Historians note that peasants worked from sunrise to sunset, often 12-hour days, because lords owned your time as much as your land. Your first task? Feed the animals, if you're lucky enough to have any. You stumble outside, where the air's so thick with mist you can taste it, and head to a pen where a scrawny cow and a couple of chickens glare at you like you owe them money. The cow's your lifeline. Her milk might keep you from starving this week, but she's not exactly thrilled to see you. You grab a wooden bucket, hoping she doesn't kick it over again. Milking's a skill, and your hands, calloused and cracked, fumble at first. A quirky tidbit. Some peasants believed cow's milk could cure warts if you chanted while milking. Which, spoiler, it didn't. You're muttering nonsense just in case, because in this era, superstition's your only health insurance. The chickens are next, and they're worse. They peck at your shins while you scatter their feed. Some moldy grain you'd rather not eat yourself, but you're tempted. Feeding them feels like a cruel joke, since they eat better than you most days. Why not just eat the chickens? Well, their eggs are worth more than your comfort, and killing one means explaining yourself to the Lord Steward, who's got a temper and a ledger. Speaking of lords, you're already late for the fields, and that's a problem. You grab a crust of bread, stale, naturally, and chew it while pulling on shoes that are more holes than leather. The bread's got grit in it. Mills back then weren't exactly sanitary, and you're pretty sure you just bit into a pebble. Historians still argue whether peasants ate worse in the early or late Dark Ages. But either way, your breakfast isn't winning any awards. You step outside, and the village is stirring. Other peasants, just as ragged, are hauling tools or dragging kids to work. Kids don't get a childhood here. They're tiny laborers by age 5. The path to the fields is a muddy gauntlet, and your shoes are already soaked. You pass a neighbor, Wolf, who's coughing like he's auditioning for the plague. You nod, but keep your distance. Disease is a gossip that spreads fast, and you've got no doctor. No pharmacy, just prayers and a questionable charm made of rabbit bones. The sun's barely up, and you're already exhausted. The air smells of manure and smoke, and your stomach's growling like it's got opinions. You're carrying a hoe, its handle worn smooth by years of someone else's misery, and you're headed to a field you don't own. The Lord's land is your life sentence, and every day's a parole hearing you're destined to lose. Oh, and here's a fun aside. If you think your morning commute's bad, try doing it with no coffee, no pavement, and a 50% chance of bandits. You're not just fighting the elements, you're fighting a system rigged to keep you down. But don't worry, it gets worse. Wait till you see what's for lunch. For now, you're alive, which is more than some can say. Keep moving, because stopping means trouble, and trouble in the dark ages has a way of finding you. You're trudging through the muck now, your feet sinking into a path that's more swamp than road. Each step, a squelch that smells like regret. Remember that stale bread from your so-called breakfast? It's not doing much to keep you going. And the field you're headed to is a good mile off. The Dark Ages don't believe in sidewalks or shortcuts. So you're stuck navigating a landscape that seems personally offended by your existence. The air's heavy with the scent of wet earth and distant wood smoke, and your tunic's already clinging to your skin like a bad decision. It's barely past dawn, and you're wondering if you'll make it to noon. This commute is no joke. Historians estimate that peasants often walked miles daily just to reach their work, lugging tools and dodging hazards like flooded streams or stray dogs with a taste for ankles. Your hose digging into your shoulder, its weight a constant reminder of the day ahead. The path twists past a cluster of thorn bushes, nature's way of saying, stay focused, and you nearly trip over a root that's got no business being there. A quirky tidbit. Some villages had cursing stones, where peasants would swear at obstacles like this, believing it scared off bad spirits. You mutter a few choice words yourself, half expecting the root to apologize. Spoiler, it doesn't. The fields are the Lord's, of course, and you're just the unlucky soul who works them. You pass a crumbling stone wall, marking the edge of his domain, and spot other peasants already hunched over, looking like they've aged a decade since yesterday. The ground's a patchwork of mud and stubble, churned up from last week's planting. You're not growing food for yourself. Most of this goes to the Lord's granary, and you're lucky if you get a handful of barley as payment. The system's called manorialism, and it's about as fair as a wolf refereeing a sheep fight. You'd laugh at the injustice, but you're too busy trying not to slip in a cow pat the size of a dinner plate. Your destination is a barley field, and it's not exactly welcoming. The soil's heavy, clinging to your shoes like it's got abandonment issues. And the wind's picking up, carrying a chill that cuts through your threadbare tunic. You start hoeing, breaking up clods of earth that fight back like they've got a grudge. Each swing sends a jolt through your arms, and you're pretty sure your spine's keeping a list of complaints. A modern aside, if you think your office chair's killing your back, try swinging a wooden hoe for 8 hours straight. No ergonomic breaks here. The other peasants don't talk much. Everyone's too tired. And besides, the steward's watching from a hill, his horse looking better fed than any of you. The steward's a piece of work. He's the Lord's middleman, which means he's got just enough power to make your life miserable. He's counting every row you hoe, ready to dock your rations if you slack off. You catch his eye, and he glares like you personally insulted his ancestors. You keep your head down, focusing on the rhythm of the hoe. Thud, scrape, repeat. Historians still argue whether stewards were worse than the lords themselves, since they often skimmed extra grain for their own pockets. Either way, you're not inviting this guy to your non-existent birthday party. Oh, and let's not forget the wildlife. A crow swoops down, eyeing your field like it's a buffet, and you shout to scare it off. Your voice cracks. Dehydration's already kicking in, and your water's a murky puddle you share with the village. Fun fact: peasants sometimes tied dead crows to sticks as scarecrows, which worked about as well as you'd expect. You're tempted to try it, but you'd rather not waste the energy. The crows aren't the worst of it, though. Wild boars roam nearby, and if one decides to crash your field, you're not just losing crops, you're risking a tusk to the leg. Boars don't negotiate, and you're not exactly armed with anything scarier than a pointy stick. The sun's climbing, and sweat's stinging your eyes. You're filthy, your hands blistered, and the field seems to stretch forever. You glance at Wolf, your coughing neighbor from earlier, who's working a row over. He looks like he's one sneeze away from keeling over, and you wonder if you're next. Disease loves a commute like this. Mud, sweat, and no soap to speak of. You're not just fighting the land, you're fighting a world that's rigged against you. And lunch? Don't get your hopes up. It's probably another crust of bread, assuming the rats haven't claimed it first. Keep moving, because stopping means falling behind. And in the Dark Ages, falling behind is just another way to say goodbye. You're in the barley field now, your back screaming with every swing of the hoe, the sun climbing higher like it's got a personal vendetta. The mud's caked on your shoes, your hands are raw, and the steward's still glaring from his horse, probably judging your technique. You're not just working the land, you're toiling under the weight of the Lord's entire world. This is the Dark Ages, and you're a peasant, which means your life's alone. You're paying off with sweat and misery. Remember that muddy commute? This is where it led you, and it's only mid-morning. The air smells of turned earth and desperation, and you're wondering if you'll ever feel your fingers again. This labor's the backbone of the manor, and you're the expendable muscle. Historians say peasants owed their lords 3 to 5 days of work per week, planting, harvesting, or fixing ditches, whatever the manor needed. Today, it's hoeing, but tomorrow might be hauling manure or repairing a fence. You don't get a say. The Lord lives in a stone hall, maybe a mile off, eating meat you'll never taste, while you're out here breaking clods of earth that feel like they're fighting back. Your rent for the scrap of land you call home is this endless grind, plus a cut of whatever you manage to grow. Spoiler: it's never enough. The other peasants are just as miserable. There's Wolf, still coughing like he's auditioning for a funeral, and a woman named Elf Gifu, who's muttering about the weather like it's personally insulted her. You're all in this together, but there's no team spirit, just shared exhaustion. You try to straighten up for a second, just to breathe. But the steward barks something about idling. You'd roll your eyes, but that takes energy you don't have. Here's a modern aside. If you think your boss is a micromanager, try working for a guy who can legally flog you for taking a 5-second break. Yeah, perspective. The field's a battlefield, and you're losing. The soil's stubborn, full of rocks and roots that seem to multiply when you're not looking. You hit a stone, and the hose handle jars your palms, sending a shock up your arms. A quirky tidbit. Some peasants believed rocks were cursed by elves, and you're half tempted to agree. You whisper an apology to the ground, just in case. Superstition's cheaper than a broken tool. Fixing a hoe means begging the blacksmith. Who'll want your last egg or a favor you can't afford? Tools are precious, and you're not exactly swimming in spares. The Lord's shadow looms even when he's not here. His fields feed his household, his soldiers, his ego. You're growing barley for his ale, wheat for his bread, and maybe some oats for his horses, who, by the way, eat better than you. If the harvest's bad, he'll still take his share, leaving you to starve. Historians still argue whether lords were clueless about peasant suffering or just didn't care. Either way, you're the one with blisters. You glance at the horizon, where his hall sits, smoke curling from its chimney. You imagine kicking down his door, but that's a fantasy. Rebels get hanged, and you've got mouths to feed. Speaking of the mouths, your stomach's growling louder than a village dog. Lunch is hours away, and it'll probably be a lump of bread and some watery ale. If you're lucky. The steward's horse snorts, and you swear it's mocking you. You'd make a joke about trading places with the horse, but the other peasants might think you're serious. Humor's a luxury when your back's breaking. The sun's relentless now, burning your neck, and sweat's dripping into your eyes. You wipe your face with a sleeve that's more dirt than cloth, and keep swinging. The rhythm's hypnotic. Thud, scrape, thud, like a lullaby you can't escape. Oh, and let's talk about the bugs. Flies buzz around your face, drawn to your sweat like it's a 5-star buffet. You swat one, and it's back with friends, probably laughing at your pathetic aim. A fun fact. Peasants sometimes smeared pig fat on their skin to keep bugs away, which worked about as well as you'd expect and smelled like a barn's armpit. You're not desperate enough for that. Yet. The flies are just one more reminder that the Dark Ages hate you. The field stretches on, and you're only halfway through your row. Wolf's coughing's getting worse, and you're starting to wonder if you'll catch whatever he's got. Keep moving, because stopping means falling behind, and falling behind means the steward's whip, or worse. Noon's coming, but it's not bringing relief. Just more work. You're still in that cursed barley field, hoe in hand, back aching like it's plotting revenge, and the sun's now high enough to make you feel like a loaf of bread in an oven. The steward's finally ridden off, probably to terrorize someone else, but his absence doesn't mean rest. You're a peasant in the Dark Ages, and starvation's always one bad day away. Remember the muddy path and the endless hoeing? Now you're facing the grim reality of lunch, or what passes for it. Your stomach's growling so loud it could wake a hibernating bear. But the food situation's about as promising as a rain cloud in a drought. The air's thick with dust from the field, and every breath tastes like dirt and despair. It's time for a break, if you can call it that. Historians note that peasants typically ate 2 meals a day, often just bread, pottage, or whatever scraps they could scrounge. With famine a constant threat in the 6th to 10th centuries, you slump under a scraggly tree, its shade as generous as a miser's wallet, and pull out your meal. It's a hunk of bread, hard as a rock, and a small onion that's seen better days. You're supposed to share this with Wolf, who's dragging himself over, looking like he's one cough away from meeting his maker. You break the bread, and it crumbles like your hopes. The onion's so sharp, it makes your eyes water, but you chew anyway, trying to ignore the grit between your teeth. Here's a modern aside. If you think your lunch break's rushed, try eating in 15 minutes while surrounded by flies and the threat of a noble's random tax. You're not dining, you're surviving. The bread's made from barley or rye, mixed with whatever the miller didn't sweep off the floor. Think twigs, chaff, or the occasional mouse dropping. A quirky tidbit. Some peasants believed chewing garlic warded off hunger spirits. So you pop a clove you found in the field, hoping it's true. It's not. But now, your breath could knock out a horse. You wash it down with a swig of ale from a leather flask. Weak, sour stuff that's more water than booze. But it's all you've got. Clean water's a myth. Streams are basically village sewers. You glance at the other peasants, huddled in pairs, eating similar sad meals. Elf Gifu's got a boiled egg, and you're jealous enough to consider theft. But she's built like a plow, and you're not that desperate. Yet. Your stomach's still complaining, and you're already dreading the afternoon's work. Historians still argue whether famine was worse in the early Dark Ages or during later climate shifts. But for you, hunger's just Tuesday. The manor's granary is stuffed with grain, but it's for the Lord's feasts, not your table. If you're lucky, you'll get a handful of oats at harvest, assuming the rats or the steward don't claim it first. The field's buzzing with flies, and one lands on your bread just as you take a bite. You spit it out, muttering a curse that'd make a monk blush. You're too tired to care about manners. And besides, nobody's watching, except maybe the crows, who are circling like they know you're a walking buffet. A fun fact: peasants sometimes ate famine foods, like nettles or tree bark, when crops failed, which is about as tasty as it sounds. You're not there yet. But the thought crosses your mind as you eye a patch of weeds. You'd laugh at the absurdity, but that takes energy, and you're running on fumes. Wolf's talking now. Something about a bad omen. A two-headed calf born last week. You nod, not really listening, because omens are just noise when you're this hungry. Superstition's everywhere, but it doesn't fill your belly. You're supposed to get back to work soon, and the hoe's waiting like an old friend who hates you. The sun's relentless, burning your neck, and your tunic's so sweat-soaked it could stand up on its own. You're filthy, your hands caked with dirt, and the thought of a bath is a fantasy for kings, not you. Baths are for the rich. You get a dip in the stream once a month. If the weather's kind, the break's over faster than you'd like. You shove the last of the onion in your mouth, wincing at the sting, and haul yourself up. The field's still there, mocking you with its endless rows. Wolf's coughing again, and you're starting to wonder if you'll have to drag him home later. Hunger's your constant companion now, and it's not going anywhere. Keep moving, because stopping means falling behind. And in the Dark Ages, falling behind is just a fancy way of saying you're done. You're back on your feet. The taste of that sad onion lingering like a bad memory. And the barley fields behind you for now. The sun's past its peak. but the heat's still clinging to you like a needy child. You're trudging home to your hut, a place that makes your morning straw pile look like a palace. Remember that gritty bread and the steward's glare? This is where the day dumps you next, a squalid, smoky hole you're supposed to call home. The path's just as muddy as it was at dawn, and your shoes, if you can still call them that, are basically mud sculptures now. The air smells of damp wood and something faintly sour, like the village's collective bad luck. Your hut's no sanctuary. Historians describe peasant homes in the Dark Ages as one-room shacks, often shared with animals, with dirt floors and roofs that leaked like a sieve. You duck under the low doorway, and the smell hits you. Smoke, mildew, and a whiff of the cow you're too poor to own but still have to smell. The walls are wattle and daub, which is just a fancy way of saying sticks and mud, and they're crumbling like your will to live. There's a fire pit in the center, smoldering with damp wood that's more smoke than flame. You cough, your eyes watering, and wonder if you'll ever breathe clean air again. Comfort's a myth here. This place is about survival, not cozy vibes. You're not alone. Of course. Your family's here. Let's say a spouse and 2 kids, all as ragged as you. They're not lounging, they're working, because idleness is a luxury nobody can afford. Your spouse is stirring a pot of pottage, basically boiled weeds with a side of despair, while the kids, barely old enough to walk straight, are mending a torn sack. The hut's dark, the only light coming from a tiny window that's more hole than glass. You'd kill for a candle, but tallow's expensive, and you're not exactly rolling in coins. A modern aside, if you think your apartment's cramped, try fitting a family, a fire, and a lifetime of misery into 200 square feet with no plumbing. The furniture's a joke. There's a wobbly stool, a table that's more splinters than wood, and that straw mat you woke up on, now covered in dirt from the kids' feet. You sit, and the stool creaks like it's begging for mercy. The pottage is ready, and you all huddle around the pot, scooping it with wooden spoons that have seen better days. It tastes like sadness, with a hint of turnip, but you eat because hunger doesn't care about flavor. A quirky tidbit. Some peasants believe stirring pottage counterclockwise brought bad luck, so you're careful to go clockwise, just in case. Superstition's your only seasoning? The kids are quiet, too tired to whine, which is a small mercy. They're not going to school. Education's for monks and nobles, not you. Your oldest, maybe 7, already works the fields when you're shorthanded. Historians still argue whether peasant families were close-knit or just trapped together by necessity. But either way, love's a luxury when survival's on the line. You look at your spouse, who's got bags under their eyes deep enough to hide a harvest, and you exchange a nod. It's not romance. It's a mutual agreement to keep existing. The hut's a health hazard. The smoke's giving you a headache, and the damp walls are breeding mold you can't see but definitely feel. Fleas are your roommates, hopping onto your tunic like they've got a lease. You scratch, knowing it's pointless. A fun fact: peasants sometimes slept with pigs for warmth, which sounds cozy until you realize pigs aren't big on personal hygiene. You're not that desperate. Yet. But the thought crosses your mind as a draft sneaks through the wall. The fire's dying, and you can't afford more wood. You'll have to scavenge tomorrow, assuming you survive the night. Outside, The village is winding down. You hear wolves cough through the thin walls, a reminder that disease is always lurking. The pottage is gone, and your stomach's still grumbling. You dream of a better meal, but sleep's a long way off. There's still chores to do, like patching the roof or sharpening the hoe. The hut's no refuge. It's just a place to collapse before the next day's grind. Keep moving, because stopping means facing the reality of this place. And in the dark ages, reality's a guest you don't want to entertain. You're still in that smoky, miserable hut, the taste of watery pottage fading, but not the hunger. The fire's down to embers, casting flickering shadows on the crumbling walls, and the air's thick with the kind of damp that settles into your bones. You're a peasant in the dark ages, and if the fields and hunger haven't broken you yet, disease is waiting in the wings with a grin. Remember the fleas from your straw mat and Wolf's endless coughing. They're not just annoyances, they're warnings. You're surrounded by invisible threats, and there's no medicine, no doctor, just you and a world that's trying to kill you. The hut's quiet now, save for the kids' soft breathing and a distant dog barking. But quiet doesn't mean safe. Disease is everywhere, and you're defenseless. Historians estimate that life expectancy for peasants hovered around 30 to 35 years, with infections, malnutrition, and poor hygiene cutting lives short. You're not feeling great yourself. A scratchy throat, maybe from the smoke, or maybe something worse. You touch your neck, half expecting to find a swollen lump, the kind that whispers plague. The Black Death's a few centuries off, but its cousins, smallpox, dysentery, or just a bad fever, are already gate crashing. You've seen neighbors drop, healthy one day, gone the next, their bodies carted off to a shallow grave. The village stream, where you wash and drink, is a petri dish of filth, and you're pretty sure that's where Wolf's cough came from. You're not paranoid, you're practical. Every ache, every sneeze, is a roll of the dice. Your kids are sniffling, and you pray it's just the cold, but prayer's all you've got. A quirky tidbit: some peasants carried pouches of dried herbs, like thyme or mint, believing they'd ward off miasmas, bad air thought to cause disease. You've got a scrap of cloth with some wilted lavender tied to your belt, but it smells more like dirt than salvation. You clutch it anyway, because hope's cheaper than a healer. Healers, by the way, are rare, and the local ones more likely to bleed you with leeches than cure you. You'd rather take your chances with the lavender. The hut's a breeding ground for trouble. The damp walls are sprouting mold, and the straw mat's a flea circus. You scratch a bite on your arm, wondering if it's carrying something nastier than itchiness. A modern aside: if you think your office's flu season is bad, try living in a hut where sanitation means tossing slop out the door. You don't have soap. Fat and ashes are hard to come by. And washing means a dip in that filthy stream, which is like trading one germ for another. Your spouse is sweeping the dirt floor, trying to keep the worst at bay, but it's like mopping during a flood. The kids, too young to know better, are playing with a stick, oblivious to the invisible war around them. Historians still argue whether poor hygiene or malnutrition did more to fuel Dark Ages mortality, but you're living proof it's a team effort. Your diet of bread and pottage is barely keeping you upright, and your body's got no reserves to fight off infection. You're thinking about Wolf, who's been coughing for weeks. Last year, his brother died of a fever that started just like that. You avoid him now. But in a village this small, dodging disease is like dodging rain in a storm. You're tempted to burn some sage to cleanse the air, but you can't spare the herbs. And besides, the smoke's already choking you. Oh, and let's talk about the rats. One scurries across the floor, bold as a bandit, and you throw a pebble to scare it off. It doesn't care. It'll be back. Rats aren't just pests. They're disease taxis, and you've got no traps or poison. A fun fact: some peasants believed rats were sent by witches. So you mutter a quick prayer to St. Gertrude, patron of rat chasing. It's nonsense, but it feels better than doing nothing. You're exhausted, and the day's not over. There's still chores, mending a basket, maybe checking the roof for leaks, but every move feels like tempting fate. Your throat's itchier now, and you're wondering if you'll wake up tomorrow. Keep moving, because stopping means thinking. And thinking means facing the fact that in the dark ages, survival's a gamble you're losing. You're still in that drafty hut, the fire's embers barely holding back the chill, and your scratchy throat's reminding you that disease is never far off. The kids are asleep on the straw mat. Your spouse is patching a sack, and you're trying to ignore the rat that just darted behind the table. You're a peasant in the dark ages, and if hunger and sickness weren't enough, superstitions got you by the throat. 2. Remember that lavender pouch you clutched for miasmas? That's just the start. In this world, every shadow's a threat, and you're clinging to rituals that might be nonsense but feel like your only shield. The air smells of smoke and damp straw, and outside, the village is dark, save for the occasional flicker of a neighbor's fire. Superstition rules your life because reason's a luxury you can't afford. Historians note that early medieval peasants blended Christian prayers with older pagan beliefs, creating a mishmash of rituals to fend off bad luck or worse. You're no different. Before bed, you sprinkle salt around the doorway. Salt's pricey, but you've heard it keeps demons out. You're not sure you believe in demons, but last week's storm felt personal, and you're not taking chances. A quirky tidbit: some villagers buried iron nails under their thresholds, thinking it trapped evil spirits. You've got a rusty nail wedged under the dirt floor, and every creak of the hut makes you wonder if it's working. You're not alone in this. Your spouse mutters a charm while sewing, something about knotting bad luck into the thread. The kids, even half asleep, wear little charms, twisted bits of wool tied with a feather, because you've heard it protects against fairies. Fairies sound cute, but here, they're blamed for sick cows or lost tools, and you're not risking it. A modern aside: if you think your lucky socks are silly, try betting your family's survival on a feather and some string. You'd laugh. But the village elder swears she saw a fairy steal a baby once, and now you're checking the kids' faces to make sure they're still yours. The church doesn't help. The priest, who lives better than you, says superstition's a sin, but he's not above selling you a blessed candle for your last scrap of cheese. You bought one once, and it burned out in an hour. Some blessing. Historians still argue whether the church stamped out pagan beliefs or just dressed them up in Christian robes. But you're stuck in the middle, praying to God and tossing salt like it's a team effort. Tonight, you're worried about the moon. It's full, and everyone knows That's when bad things prowl. You trace a cross on the door with your finger, whispering a prayer you half remember from Sunday. It's not much, but it's something. Then there's the weather. A storm's brewing. You can feel it in the air, heavy and sharp. Storms aren't just inconvenient. They ruin crops, flood huts, or worse, bring signs. Last year, lightning hit a tree, and the village blamed a widow for cursing it. She's gone now, and you're not asking where. A fun fact: some peasants thought storms were caused by witches flying on brooms, and you're side-eyeing the clouds, wondering if it's true. You'd rather not find out. You check the roof, poking at a leak that's dripping like a metronome. Fixing it means climbing up in the dark, and you're not that brave or that stupid. Your neighbor Wolf's cough echoes through the wall, and you wonder if he's hexed. You're tempted to slip a garlic clove under his door. It's supposed to break curses, but garlic's food, and you're not wasting it. Instead, you tie a knot in a scrap of cloth, a trick your mother swore kept evil at bay. It's probably useless, but it calms your nerves. The hut's creaking now, the wind picking up, and every gust feels like a warning. You're exhausted, but sleep's a risk when you're not sure what's lurking outside or inside. You glance at the kids, hoping your charms hold, and try to ignore the shadows dancing on the wall. Keep moving, because stopping means facing the fear. And in the dark ages, fear's a guest that never leaves. You're still huddled in that leaky hut, the wind howling outside like it's got a score to settle, and your knotted cloth charms doing nothing for your nerves. The kids are asleep, your spouse is dozing, and you're wide awake, listening for trouble. You're a peasant in the dark ages, and if superstitions got you jumpy, the law's here to make sure you're terrified. Remember that rusty nail under the floor for spirits? It's cute compared to the justice system, which is less about fairness and more about keeping you in line. The air's heavy with smoke and the faint tang of fear, and the village is silent, save for the storm rattling your roof. Justice in the dark ages is a cruel joke, and you're the punchline. Historians describe the legal system as a mix of Germanic tribal codes and early feudal power grabs, where lords and their stewards held court with zero mercy. You're under the Lord's law, which means you're guilty until proven poorer. Let's say you're accused of stealing a loaf of bread. Not hard to imagine, given how hungry you are. The steward doesn't care if your kids are starving. Theft's a crime, and you're facing a trial. It's not a courtroom with lawyers. It's a clearing by the Lord's hall, where you stand, muddy and trembling, while he sips ale and decides your fate. Spoiler: it's not looking good. The punishment's where it gets ugly. Fines are common, but you've got no money. So it's your grain or your cow. If you're lucky. More likely, it's a public flogging. Or worse, losing a hand. You've seen it happen. A neighbor, caught taking firewood, screaming as the axe came down. A quirky tidbit: some villages used ordeals to test guilt, like plunging your hand into boiling water to grab a stone. If it healed clean, you were innocent. You're not volunteering for that, but the steward might not give you a choice. You're eyeing your hands now, calloused but whole, and praying they stay that way. A modern aside: if you think your parking ticket's unfair, try arguing with a lord who can legally hang you for looking at him funny. There's no appeal, no jury, just power. Historians still argue whether these harsh laws kept order or just terrorized peasants into submission. But you're living the answer. Fear's the glue holding this village together. You're careful around the steward, keeping your head down, because even a rumor can land you in trouble. Last month, a woman was accused of witchcraft for selling herbs. She's gone now, and nobody's asking questions. You're not sure if she was guilty, but you're sure you don't want to be next. The law is not just about crime, it's about control. You owe the Lord labor, taxes, even your best pig if he's feeling greedy. Refuse, and you're rebellious, which is a fancy word for dead. You've heard stories of entire families driven off their land for defying a tax, left to beg or starve. A fun fact: some lords demanded a harriet, a death tax where your family hands over your best animal when you die. You're already planning to hide your chickens when your time comes, assuming you live that long. The steward's got spies, nosy neighbors who'll snitch for an extra handful of grain, and you're watching your words, even in your own hut. The storm's getting worse, and a leak's dripping onto the floor, mocking your attempt at a roof patch. You're thinking about the law now, wondering if you've done anything to catch the steward's eye. Did you hoe that field right? Did you bow low enough when the Lord rode by? The smallest slip could bring a fine you can't pay, or a whip you won't forget. You glance at your sleeping kids, their faces smudged with dirt, and feel a pang. They're innocent, but innocence doesn't matter when the Lord's justice is just a mood swing. You're exhausted, but sleep's a risk when the law's always watching. Keep moving, because stopping means thinking. And thinking means realizing that in the dark ages, justice is just another way to keep you down. You're still in your crumbling hut, the storm raging outside, rattling the walls like it's trying to collect a debt. The kids are asleep. Your spouse is snoring softly, and you're staring at the dying fire, wondering if you'll dodge the steward's wrath tomorrow. You're a peasant in the dark ages, and if the law's a trap, winter's a death sentence. Remember that leaky roof and the Lord's justice? Now you're facing months of frost that'll test every ounce of your will to survive. The airs turn sharp, carrying the bite of coming snow, and the hut's about as warm as a noble's heart. You pull your threadbare blanket tighter, but it's like wrapping yourself in a cobweb. Winter's no joke here. Historians say the Dark Ages saw harsh winters, with the Little Ice Age's early chills making crops fail and hunger a seasonal guest. You're not just fighting cold, you're fighting starvation, darkness, and a world that seems to want you gone. The harvest's in, but your share's pitiful, barely enough to last till spring. The Lord's granary is full, of course, while your pantry, a sack of moldy barley and some shriveled turnips, is a cruel reminder of who's really in charge. You're already rationing, mixing chaff into the pottage to stretch it, and your kids' hungry eyes are harder to bear than the cold. The hut's a freezer. The fire's your only heat, but wood's scarce, and you're burning twigs and dung just to keep it going. The smoke's choking, curling up to the roof's leaks, and every gust sneaks through the walls like a thief. A quirky tidbit: some peasants stuff their walls with straw for insulation, but yours is too patchy, and the straw's already rotting. You're tempted to sleep closer to the fire, but one stray spark could burn the hut down, and you've got nowhere else to go. You're piling every scrap of cloth on the kids, who are shivering even in sleep, their breath visible in the dim light. A modern aside, if you think your winter heating bill's rough, try keeping a family alive with no thermostat, no coat, and a fire that hates you. You're wearing everything you own: tunic, a patched cloak, and socks that are more holes than wool. Frostbite's a real risk. You've seen neighbors lose toes, their feet blackening like overcooked meat. The village stream's freezing over, so getting water means hacking through ice, assuming you don't slip and crack your skull. You're already dreading tomorrow's trek, your hands stinging just thinking about it. The cold's not the only enemy. Hunger's worse in winter, with no fresh food and vermin eyeing your stores. You've set traps for the rats, but they're smarter than you'd like. And last week, one stole a turnip like it was running a heist. A fun fact: some peasants ate snow porridge in desperate times, boiling snow with whatever scraps they had. You're not there yet, but the thought's creeping in as you eye the empty pot. Historians still argue whether winter starvation or disease killed more peasants, but you're betting on both, especially with Wolf's cough echoing through the wall like a bad omen. You're trying to plan, but it's hard when every choice is bad. Burn the last of the wood now, or save it and shiver. Eat the barley, or save it and starve. The village is hunkering down, and you've heard rumors of wolves prowling closer, drawn by hunger. You're clutching a stick by the fire. Not much of a weapon, but it's all you've got. The wind's howling louder, and a leak's dripping onto the floor, freezing into a tiny puddle. You're exhausted, but sleep's a luxury when survival's on the line. You check the kids, tucking their blanket tighter, and wonder if you'll all make it to spring. Keep moving, because stopping means giving in. And in the dark ages, winter doesn't forgive. You're shivering in your hut, the winter's chill seeping through the walls like an unwanted guest, and the fire's barely a flicker, mocking your attempts to stay warm. The kids are bundled under every scrap of cloth you own, and your spouse is whittling a stick to keep busy, the scraping sound blending with the wind's low moan. You're a peasant in the dark ages, and if winter's trying to kill you, the church is here to claim your soul and your last scrap of barley. Remember that leaky roof and the threat of starvation? Now you're bowing to priests who hold more power than the Lord and expect you to pay for it. The air smells of damp earth and faint incense, a reminder of the church looming over the village. The church is your life's shadow. Historians note that by the 7th century, Christianity dominated Europe, and the church controlled everything from your Sundays to your sins. You're expected at Mass, a drafty stone building where the priest drones in Latin you don't understand. You go, not out of faith, but because skipping means trouble, gossip, fines, or worse, a one-way ticket to the heretic label. The priest's sermon is about obedience, but his eyes are on your offering. You drop a handful of grain into the collection, your stomach twisting as you think of the kids' next meal. The church's tithe, a mandatory 10% of your harvest, is non-negotiable, and you're already stretched thin. You're not just giving grain, you're giving time. The church demands you work its fields, repair its walls, or haul its firewood, all unpaid. You spent last week fixing a fence for the monastery, your hands bleeding while monks ate better than you ever will. A quirky tidbit: Some peasants believe church bells scared off demons, so you flinch when they ring, half expecting a devil to scamper by. You're not sure you buy it, but you're clapping along when the bells toll, just in case. Faith's a habit, not a choice, and you're too tired to question it. A modern aside, if you think your taxes are steep, try tithing to a church that can excommunicate you, cutting you off from the village and, supposedly, heaven. Historians still argue whether the church uplifted peasants with hope or just exploited them. But you're feeling the squeeze. The priest's got a cozy house, a full belly, and a cloak that doesn't have holes. You're in a tunic that's more patch than cloth, and your kids are hungry. You mutter a prayer, but it's more reflex than devotion, and you're wondering if God's even listening. The church isn't all sermons and tithes. It's control. It decides what's sin, and that's a long list. Working on Sunday, cursing the Lord, or even thinking rebellious thoughts. You're careful what you say, even in the hut, because the priest's got ears everywhere. Nosy villagers eager to curry favor. A fun fact, some priests sold indulgences, forgiving your sins for a price, but you can't afford that scam. You're stuck confessing to stealing a turnip last month, hoping a few Hail Marys keep you out of hell, or the stocks. The priest's forgiveness feels like a transaction, and you're always in debt. Back in the hut, you're thinking about tomorrow's Mass. You'll trudge through the snow, your shoes leaking, to kneel on a cold floor while the priest lectures you on suffering. You glance at your kids, their faces pale in the firelight, and wonder if faith's worth the cost. The wind's still howling, and a new leak's dripping, freezing before it hits the floor. You're clutching your stick, not for wolves, but for the weight of it all. Hunger, cold, and a church that demands more than you have. You're exhausted, but sleep's a risk when salvation feels like a trap. Keep moving, because stopping means facing the truth. And in the dark ages, truth is just another burden. You're still shivering in your hut, the winter wind sneaking through the cracks, and the faint echo of church bells from yesterday's Mass lingers in your mind like a debt you can't pay. The kids are curled up. Your spouse is mending a torn cloak, and you're poking the fire, trying to coax a little more heat from the last scraps of wood. You're a peasant in the dark ages, and if the church owns your soul, the economy owns your hands, and it's not paying well. Remember that tithe you grudgingly gave? Now you're bartering with nothing in a world where coins are as rare as a warm day. The air's thick with smoke and the sour smell of damp straw, and the village outside is quiet, everyone hoarding what little they have. Money's a myth for you. Historians say the Dark Ages ran on a barter economy, with most peasants trading goods or labor because coinage was scarce after Rome's fall. You've got no silver, no bronze, just a sack of barley, a few eggs, and your own aching muscles to trade. Need a new hoe? That's a week's worth of eggs for the blacksmith, assuming he's in a good mood. Want a scrap of cloth for the kids? You're promising the weaver half your next harvest, and she's not holding her breath. You're haggling over a broken bucket now, offering a handful of turnips to a neighbor who's eyeing you like you're trying to sell a curse. Bartering's a gamble, and you're terrible at it. The bucket's owner, a wiry man named Edric, wants your only hen, and you're not that desperate. Yet. You argue, your voice hoarse from the cold, but he's got the upper hand. Buckets are rare, and you need one for water. A quirky tidbit. Some peasants believed bartering under a full moon brought bad luck. So you're glad it's cloudy tonight. You settle on 3 eggs and a promise to help Edric fix his fence, knowing you'll regret it when you're starving. You trudge back to the hut, bucket in hand, feeling like you've been robbed without a knife. A modern aside, if you think your grocery bill's rough, try trading your last scraps for a tool that might break by spring. Historians still argue whether barter economies were efficient or just chaotic, but you're living the chaos. Everyone's out for themselves, and trust is as scarce as coins. You've heard stories of villagers swapping cursed goods, like a sack of grain that made someone sick, and you're checking your eggs twice before trading. The Lord doesn't help. He takes his taxes in grain or labor, not promises. And his stewards got a knack for showing up when you've got something worth taking. The village market, if you can call it that, is a muddy patch where a few souls gather to swap. You're there every few weeks, dodging the steward's tax collectors, who'll claim a share of anything you trade. Last time, you traded a basket for a fish, only to find it half rotten. A fun fact, some peasants use tally sticks, carved wood, to track debts. But you're too poor for that system, and nobody trusts you to pay later. You're stuck bartering on the spot, and every deal feels like a step closer to nothing. You're thinking about that hen now, wondering if you should have given it up. Eggs are food, but a bucket's survival, and you're not sure which matters more. Back in the hut, you set the bucket down, its handle already loose. The kids are stirring, asking for food, and you're out of answers. You're rationing the barley, but it's running low, and the turnips are starting to rot. You're tempted to trade with Wolf, but his cough's worse, and you're not sure his goods are worth the risk. The fire's dying, and the cold's creeping in, making your fingers ache. You're exhausted, but sleep's a luxury when every trade could be your last. Keep moving, because stopping means facing the emptiness. And in the dark ages, emptiness is just another name for defeat. You're back in your frigid hut. The bucket you bartered for sitting in the corner like a trophy you're already regretting. The fire's down to embers. The kids are whining for food. And your spouse is trying to patch a cloak with thread that's more knot than string. You're a peasant in the dark ages. And if bartering's a hustle, bandits and raids are a death threat. Remember that shaky deal with Edric? Now you're worrying about outlaws who'd take your bucket, your barley, and probably your life without a second thought. The air's heavy with the smell of damp wood and fear. And outside, the village is dark, every shadow hiding something that wants what little you've got. Bandits are a fact of life. Historians say the collapse of Roman order left Europe crawling with outlaws, disgraced soldiers, runaway peasants, or just desperate men with sharp blades. You're always on edge, especially in winter when hunger drives them closer. Last month, a nearby village was hit, homes burned, grain stolen, and a few souls didn't make it. You're clutching a stick by the fire, your only weapon, knowing it's about as useful as a prayer against a sword. The village has no walls, no guards, just a few dogs that bark at everything, and a shared hope that raiders pick someone else. You're not just scared of bandits. Raiders from rival lords or Viking ships are worse. If you're near the coast, those longships could show up any day. Their crews taking everything, including you, if they're in a slaving mood. A quirky tidbit, Some peasants spread rumors of cursed villages to scare off raiders, claiming ghosts guarded their fields. You're tempted to try it, but you're pretty sure the bandits would just laugh. You've got a plan, though. Hide the barley under the floor and pray the kids stay quiet if trouble comes. It's not much, but it's all you've got. A modern aside, if you think your neighborhood's sketchy, try living where a bad night means your hut's ash and you're chained to an oar. Historians still argue whether banditry was a bigger threat than noble wars. But you're not splitting hairs. Both want you dead or destitute. You're avoiding the woods now, where outlaws lurk, and you're extra careful on the path to the fields. Last week, you found a broken arrow near the stream, and you're not sure if it's a hunter's or something worse. You buried it, just in case it's bad luck. The village tries to protect itself, but it's pathetic. You take turns keeping watch, which means standing in the cold, squinting at shadows, and hoping you don't have to fight. You're no warrior. Your hands are better with a hoe than a spear. A fun fact: some villages built refuge mounds, small hills to hide in during raids. But yours is just a ditch that floods when it rains. You're thinking about that ditch now, wondering if you could drag the kids there fast enough. Wolf's supposed to be on watch tonight, but with his cough, you're not counting on him. Back in the hut, you're checking the door, a flimsy thing that wouldn't stop a determined goat. You've wedged a rock against it, but it's more for your nerves than actual defense. The kids are asleep. They're breathing soft, and you're praying they don't wake to the sound of boots or screams. Your spouse is whispering about moving the barley again, and you nod, too tired to argue. The wind's howling, and every creak makes you jump, imagining a blade at your throat. You're clutching your stick tighter, knowing it's useless against a real threat. You're exhausted, but sleep's a risk when danger's this close. Keep moving, because stopping means facing the fear. And in the dark ages, fear's a shadow that's always armed. You're still in your hut. The wind's howl fading, but the fear of bandits lingering like a bad smell. The kids are asleep, your stick's by your side, and your spouse is double-checking the barley hidden under the floor. You're a peasant in the dark ages, and if raiders don't get you, love's another challenge, one you can't afford to care about. Remember that shaky door you braced against outlaws? Now you're facing marriage, not for romance, but for survival, where feelings are a luxury and partnerships are contracts. The air's cold, smelling of smoke and the faint rot of damp straw, and the village is quiet. Everyone too tired for dreams of anything but food. Marriage here isn't about candlelit dinners. It's about making it through another winter. Historians say Dark Ages marriages were practical, often arranged to merge land, labor, or just two people's desperation. You're wed. Let's say to someone the village elder picked when you were barely grown. You didn't court, you agreed, because two people starve slower than one. Your spouse is sturdy, good with a needle and pottage, but love, that's a bard's tale for nobles. You're a team, splitting chores and hunger, and that's enough. You share a nod over the fire, a silent, "We're still here," and it's the closest you get to a Valentine. You're not alone in this. Most villagers marry young, mid-teens, if they survive that long, because life's short and kids mean extra hands. Your own kids, sleeping now, were born not out of passion, but necessity. though you'd die for them anyway. A quirky tidbit: some peasants believed a wedding ring made of woven grass brought fertility. So you've got one, brittle and fading, tucked in a corner. You're not sure it worked, but you're not tossing it out. The church blesses marriages, but only if you pay, and you skip the ceremony to save grain. The priest still glares, but you're too busy to care. A modern aside: if you think dating apps are rough, try picking a spouse when your only criteria are can plow and won't steal my turnips. Historians still argue whether peasant marriages had any room for affection or were purely economic. But you're living the answer. It's survival with a side of loyalty. You and your spouse don't talk much. Words are for work, not feelings. But when you hauled Wolf home last week, coughing and half dead, your spouse boiled herbs without a word. That's your love language, and it's worth more than flowers. The village expects you to stay married, no matter what. Divorce isn't a thing. Only nobles pull that off. And even then, it's a scandal. If your spouse dies, you're remarrying fast, because a lone peasant is a dead peasant. You're dreading that thought, not for sentiment, but because you can't run the hut alone. A fun fact: some widows were forced to marry the Lord's choice, losing their kids if they refused. You're eyeing your spouse now, their hands steady despite the cold, and you're grateful they're still breathing. You don't say it. You don't need to. Back in the hut, you're stirring the fire. The kids' soft snores, a reminder of why you keep going. Your spouse hands you a scrap of bread, saved from yesterday, and you split it. The act more intimate than any poem. The cold's biting harder, and a new leak's dripping. But you're too tired to fix it tonight. You're thinking about tomorrow's work, the fields, the church, and whether raiders will hit before spring. Your marriage isn't a romance. It's a pact, forged in mud and hunger, and it's all that's keeping you from breaking. You're exhausted, but sleep's a risk when survival depends on both of you. Keep moving, because stopping means facing the void. And in the dark ages, the void doesn't care about your heart. You're still in your hut, the cold gnawing at your fingers, the fire barely alive, and your spouse's steady breathing, a quiet anchor in the dark. The kids are asleep, their small forms huddled under a tattered blanket, and you're clutching that stick, half for bandits, half for comfort. You're a peasant in the dark ages. And if marriage is a pact for survival, childhood's a myth your kids will never know. Remember that grass ring tucked away. It's a faint memory now, because your children are already workers, their innocence crushed under the weight of this world. The air smells of smoke and frost, and the village is silent, save for the occasional creak of a neighbor's roof. Kids don't get to be kids here. Historians say most peasant children started labor by age 5 or 6, tending animals, fetching water, or helping in the fields. Your oldest, barely 7, already hauls wood and scatters grain for the chickens. Your youngest, maybe 4, chases rats from the barley sack when they're not too weak from hunger. They don't play, they survive. You watch them sleep, their faces smudged with dirt, and feel a pang, not for lost games, but for the years they won't have. Half the village kids don't make it to adulthood. Fevers, accidents, or just not enough food. You're fighting to keep yours alive, but it's a battle with no guarantees. You're teaching them what you know, which isn't much. No school, no books. Those are for monks. You show them how to spot a good turnip or fix a torn sack, skills that might keep them from starving. A quirky tidbit: some parents tied bells to their kids' clothes, believing it scared off evil spirits. You've got no bells, but you've knotted wool scraps to their tunics, hoping it's enough. You're not sure you believe in spirits, but you've seen too many kids sicken overnight to take chances. The church says pray, but prayers don't fill bellies, and the priest's not sharing his bread. A modern aside: if you think your kid's screen time is rough, try raising ones who'll never know a day without work or fear. Historians still argue whether peasant parents loved their children or saw them as labor assets. But you're living both truths. You die for your kids, but you're also counting on them to carry water or weed the fields. Your oldest tripped in the field last week, gashing their knee, and you bandaged it with a rag, hoping it doesn't fester. You can't afford a healer, and the nearest one's a fraud anyway. You're whispering their names in the dark, a habit to remind yourself they're still here. Death's always close. Last spring, Wolf's daughter, not even 6, caught a fever and was gone in days. You helped dig the grave, the dirt heavy with more than soil. Your kids were there, watching, learning that life's alone with a short term. A fun fact: some villagers buried kids with a pebble in their hand, believing it guided them to heaven. You're keeping a smooth stone in your pocket, just in case, and hating yourself for it. You're trying to shield them, but there's no shielding from this world. Hunger, cold, and work don't care about their age. Back in the hut, you're checking their blankets, tucking the edges tighter against the draft. Your spouse is asleep now. The mending dropped, and you're alone with your thoughts. The fire's out, and the cold settling in, making your joints ache. You're thinking about tomorrow, when your oldest will haul wood while you're in the fields. You'll tell them to watch for wolves, but you're more scared of fevers or a bad fall. They're not kids. They're survivors, just like you. And the weight of that truth is heavier than any plow. You're exhausted, but sleep's a risk when you're guarding their fragile lives. Keep moving, because stopping means facing the loss. And in the dark ages, loss is a guest that arrives too soon. You're still in your hut, the cold biting deeper, the darkness wrapping around you like a shroud. The kids are asleep, their small breaths barely audible, and your spouse is slumped against the wall, exhausted from mending. You're gripping that stick, your knuckles stiff, as the weight of your children's stolen childhoods presses on your chest. You're a peasant in the dark ages, and if their lives are grim, the medicine you're supposed to trust is a cruel jest. Remember that rag you used on your kid's knee? Now you're facing remedies that are more likely to kill you than cure you. The air's heavy with the smell of frost and dying embers, and the village outside is still. Every creak a reminder of how fragile your world is. Healing here is a roll of the dice, and the odds are awful. Historians say Dark Ages medicine leaned on folk remedies and superstition, with little knowledge of anatomy or infection. Your kid's knee is still red, and you're worried it's festering, but your options are grim. The village healer, an old woman with more confidence than skill, might slather it with a paste of snail slime and nettles, claiming it draws out bad humors. You've seen her patients scream, or worse, not wake up. You're tempted to try it anyway, because doing nothing feels like giving up. A quirky tidbit: some healers use spider webs to stop bleeding, believing they held magic. You're eyeing a cobweb in the corner, half considering it, but you'd rather not invite more trouble. You're not just fighting infection. Every ailment's a mystery. A fever could be God's wrath, a curse, or just bad water, and you've got no way to know. The church says pray, but you've prayed through too many burials to trust that alone. You're boiling herbs, whatever you could scavenge, hoping the steam helps your kids cough. It smells like a swamp, and you're not sure it's working, but it's better than the healer's other suggestion: rubbing the wound with a live frog. A modern aside: if you think your doctor's visit is pricey, try trading your last hen for a cure that's basically swamp water and wishful thinking. Historians still argue whether these remedies were placebo or just poison, but you're betting on the latter. The hut's no hospital. The damp walls breed mold, and the straw mats crawling with fleas that could carry something worse than itchiness. You're washing the wound with stream water, which is about as clean as a pigsty, but it's all you have. You're thinking of Wolf, whose cough turned into a fever last week. He's still alive, barely, but his wife's been burning sage, and the smell's drifting through the wall. A fun fact: some peasants believed sage smoke chased away demons, so you're tempted to borrow a sprig, but you're not sure demons are your problem, or if they'd even notice this hut. You're trying to remember your mother's tricks: boil yarrow for fevers, chew willow bark for pain. But you're no healer, and herbs are scarce in winter. The nearest monastery might have a monk who knows something, but they don't treat peasants unless you've got grain to spare. You're rationing what little you have, and the kids are already too thin. You're haunted by the memory of Wolf's daughter, gone last spring, her small body wrapped in a rag. You're checking your kid's forehead now, praying it's cool, but your hands are shaking from cold and fear. Back in the hut, you're wrapping the knee again, the rag stiff with dirt. The kids are stirring, and you're whispering to keep them calm, your voice softer than the wind outside. Your spouse is awake, watching, their eyes heavy with the same worry. The cold's worse now, and a new leak's dripping, freezing on the floor. You're thinking about tomorrow, when you'll beg the healer for help, knowing it might cost more than you can pay. You're exhausted, but sleep's a risk when your kid's life hangs on a thread. Keep moving, because stopping means facing the helplessness. And in the dark ages, helplessness is a wound no remedy can touch. You're still in your hut, the cold clawing at your bones, the faint smell of boiled herbs lingering from your desperate attempt to help your kids cough. The fire's dead, the kids are asleep, and your spouse is keeping watch over the bandaged knee, their face etched with worry. You're a peasant in the dark ages, and if quack remedies are a gamble, the rare village feast is a fleeting tease that only deepens your misery. Remember that snail slime cure you passed on? Now you're chasing the rumor of a festival, hoping for a scrap of joy, but knowing it'll mock your hunger. The air's sharp with frost, and the village is quiet, save for a distant shout that might be celebration or trouble. Feasts sound grand, but they're a cruel mirage. Historians say peasant festivals, tied to harvests or saints' days were rare, often hosted by the Lord to flaunt his wealth while you got crumbs. Today's a saint's day. Let's say St. Cuthbert's, and the Lord's opened his hall for a feast. You trudge through the snow, your family in tow, your stomach growling louder than the wind. The hall's warm, smoky, and packed with villagers, but the tables are for nobles. You're in the corner, standing, clutching a wooden bowl, hoping for leftovers. The Lord's eating roast boar, the scent torture, while you're handed a ladle of thin gruel and a crust of bread. It's better than nothing, but barely. You're trying to savor it, but the gruel's cold before you can swallow, and the bread's got more chaff than grain. Your kids are wide-eyed, thinking this is a treat, and you don't correct them. It's too heartbreaking. A quirky tidbit. Some peasants believed eating on a saint's day brought blessings. So you're muttering a prayer over your bowl, hoping for miracles. You're not holding your breath. The nobles are laughing, their plates piled high, and you're dodging their spilled ale as it drips onto the floor. Immodern aside, if you think your office potluck's unfair, try watching a lord gorge while you beg for his scraps. The feast isn't just food. It's a reminder of your place. The Lord's steward is watching, making sure you don't take more than your share, and you're keeping your head down, avoiding his glare. Historians still argue whether these feasts were charity or control, but you're feeling the leash. Smile, bow, and don't complain, or you're out in the snow. You're tempted to grab a fallen morsel of meat, but the last guy who tried got a whip for his trouble. Your spouse is nudging the kids to eat fast, and you're all huddling closer, trying to soak up the hall's warmth before you're sent back to your freezing hut. There's music, a piper droning a tune, but it's drowned out by noble chatter and the clink of their cups. A fun fact: some feasts included mummer plays, where villagers acted out saintly tales. But you're not invited to perform. You're too low for that honor. You're just here to eat and leave, and the gruel's already gone. Your kids are licking their bowls, and you're pretending it's enough, but your stomach's screaming for more. You catch Wolf's eye across the room. He's coughing less today, but his face is gaunt, and you wonder if he'll make it to the next feast. Back outside, the cold hits like a slap, and the village feels emptier. The hall's warmth a fading dream. You're trudging home, the kids dragging their feet, and your spouse is silent, clutching the empty bowl. The feast was supposed to lift your spirits, but it's left you hungrier. The taste of gruel, a bitter reminder of what you'll never have. The snow's falling harder, and a leak's waiting in your hut, mocking your brief escape. You're thinking about tomorrow's work, the fields, and your kid's knee. Still red and worrying. You're exhausted, but sleep's a risk when even a feast feels like a taunt. Keep moving, because stopping means sinking. And in the dark ages, sinking's just another word for gone. You're trudging back to your hut, the sting of the feast's thin gruel still sharp, the snow crunching under your worn shoes as the Lord's hall fades behind you. The kids are shivering. Your spouse is clutching the empty bowl, and you're all too tired to speak. You're a peasant in the dark ages, and if feasts are a mockery, rebellion's a siren song with a noose at the end. Remember that noble's spilled ale you dodged? Now you're wrestling with the urge to defy the Lord, knowing one wrong move could end you. The air's bitter, carrying the scent of frost, and distant smoke, and the village is dark, every shadow whispering of risk. Rebellion's a whisper in the village, but it's a dangerous one. Historians note that peasant revolts were rare in the early Dark Ages, crushed swiftly by lords with swords and zero mercy. You're fed up. The tithes, the hunger, the steward's whip, but you're not stupid. You've heard stories. A village 2 valleys over rose up last year, demanding less tax. The Lord's men burned their huts, hanged the leaders, and left the rest to starve. You're angry, sure, but anger doesn't stop a blade. You're thinking about it anyway, muttering under your breath as you kick a frozen clod of mud, imagining it's the steward's face. The idea is tempting. Maybe you could hide grain, work slower, or spread word to others. But the village is full of eyes. Edric, who traded you that bucket, would snitch for an extra egg. A quirky tidbit. Some rebels use secret signs, like a broken twig left on a path, to signal meetings. You're eyeing a stick in the snow, half tempted to snap it, but you keep walking. Betrayal's cheaper than loyalty here, and you've got kids to feed. You're not a hero, you're a survivor, and survivors don't start fights they can't win. A modern aside, if you think your workplace gripe session's risky, try plotting against a lord who can legally skewer you. Historians still argue whether peasant rebellions were sparked by hunger or a spark of justice. But you're feeling both. Your stomach's empty, and the Lord's feast was a slap. You're remembering Wolf's gaunt face, your kid's red knee, and the church's tithe that took your last barley. You're not planning a revolt, but you're dreaming of it, picturing the Lord's granary open, grain for all. It's a nice dream, until you remember the gallows. The village isn't safe for these thoughts. The steward's got spies, and the priest preaches obedience, saying defiance is a sin. You're careful, even in the hut, where walls are thin and Wolf's cough carries secrets. A fun fact, some peasants spread cursed rumors about lords to weaken their power, claiming their land was hexed. You're tempted to whisper that the Lord's hall is haunted, but you're not sure anyone would bite. And if they did, you'd be the one swinging. You're keeping your head down, but every bow to the steward feels like swallowing glass. Back in the hut, you're checking the door, the rock still wedged against it. The kids are asleep, their faces pale, and your spouse is stirring pottage, the pot emptier than ever. You're whispering about the feast, the Lord's greed, but you stop short of rebellion talk. It's too dangerous, even here. The cold's worse now, and a leak's dripping, freezing into a tiny stalactite. You're thinking about tomorrow, when you'll hoe the Lord's field, bow to his steward, and pray you don't slip. Rebellion's a fire you can't afford to light, but the spark's there, burning in your chest. You're exhausted, but sleep's a risk when defiance feels so close. Keep moving, because stopping means choosing. And in the Dark Ages, every choice is a trap. You're back in your hut, the cold seeping through the walls like a debt collector. The faint spark of rebellion still smoldering in your chest, but too dangerous to fan. The kids are asleep. Your spouse is scraping the last of the pottage from the pot, and you're staring at the door's wedged rock, wondering if it'll hold against more than just wind. You're a peasant in the Dark Ages, and if defiance is a death wish, faith is a tug of war between hope and fear. Remember that whispered rant about the Lord? Now you're wrestling with God's will, wondering why your life feels like a curse. The air's thick with the smell of frost and stale smoke, and the village is silent, save for the occasional creak of a frozen branch. Faith is your lifeline, but it's a heavy one. Historians say the church's grip in the Dark Ages shaped every thought, with Christianity offering salvation but demanding obedience. You're a believer, sort of. You pray, cross yourself, and drag your family to Mass, but you're not sure if God's listening or just watching you suffer. The priest says your hunger, your kids cough, even wolf's fever are God's plan, but you're side-eyeing the heavens, wondering what you did to deserve this. You're kneeling by the dead fire now, muttering a prayer for your kid's knee, but your heart's half in it. Faith feels like a bargain, where you're always shortchanged. You're not alone in this struggle. The village clings to God, but it's a messy faith, mixed with older fears of spirits and curses. A quirky tidbit: some peasants hid holy stones in their huts, believing they channeled divine protection. You've got a smooth pebble by the door, blessed by a passing monk for a scrap of bread, but you're not sure it's doing anything. You're still whispering to St. Gertrude about the rats, just in case. The church frowns on these habits, calling them pagan, but you're hedging your bets. God's big, but so's your fear. A modern aside: if you think your existential crisis is heavy, try questioning God when your next meal depends on his mood. Historians still argue whether faith gave peasants strength or just chained them to suffering. But you're feeling both. Hope keeps you going, but fear keeps you up. The priest's sermons about hell don't help. You're already living in a hut that's half frozen, half moldy, with kids who might not see spring. You're tempted to skip Mass, but that's a rumor you can't afford. Excommunication means ostracism, and you're already on the edge. Fear's the real preacher here. You're scared God's punishing you for that stolen turnip, for cursing the steward, or just for existing. The church says suffering purifies, but you're purified enough. Thanks. A fun fact: some peasants believed storms were God's wrath. So you're glancing at the roof, where a leak's dripping like a divine reprimand. You're wondering if your kid's knee is a test or a curse, and you're praying harder, your knuckles white. You're not sure if it's faith or desperation, but you're too tired to split the difference. Back in the hut, you're tucking the kids' blanket tighter, their small forms barely warm. Your spouse is asleep, the pot empty, and you're alone with your thoughts. The cold's brutal, and the pebble by the door looks as useless as your prayers. You're thinking about tomorrow's Mass, where you'll kneel, tithe, and beg for miracles you don't expect. Faith's a rope, salvation on one end, fear on the other, and you're dangling in the middle. You're exhausted, but sleep's a risk when God feels so far and fear so close. Keep moving, because stopping means choosing between hope and despair. And in the Dark Ages, despair's a guest that stays too long. You're still in your hut, the cold gripping you like a creditor, the weight of faith and fear pressing harder as you glance at your kids' pale faces in the dark. The fire's long gone, your spouse is dozing, and the holy pebble by the door mocks your prayers. You're a peasant in the Dark Ages, and if God's plan feels like a riddle, your life's an endless cycle of tasks that grind you down. Remember that whispered prayer for your kid's knee? Now you're facing another day of the same toil, each one blurring into the next like a sentence you can't escape. The air's sharp with frost and the faint whiff of mold, and the village outside is still, every creak a reminder of the work waiting. Your days are a loop, and you're stuck in it. Historians say peasants worked 6 days a week, sunrise to sunset, with tasks tied to the seasons, planting, harvesting, or just surviving winter. Today's no different. You'll wake at dawn, roused by roosters and cold, to feed the chickens, haul water, and trudge to the Lord's fields. You're back with that hoe, breaking frozen earth, your back screaming like it's keeping score. The steward's watching, ready to dock your rations if you slow down. And the other peasants, Wolf, Elf Gifu, are just as worn, their faces etched with the same grim routine. You're not living, you're enduring, and the days bleed together until you can't tell one from another. The cycle's relentless. After the fields, you'll limp home to chores, patch the roof, mend a sack, or barter for a scrap of cloth. You're thinking about that bucket you got from Edric, already cracked, and how you'll need to trade again soon. A quirky tidbit. Some peasants mark time with work songs, chanting to keep rhythm while hoeing. You're humming one now, a droning tune about crops and saints, but it's more habit than hope. It doesn't make the work lighter, and the cold's turning your breath to fog, your fingers too numb to grip the hoe properly. A modern aside, if you think your 9 to 5 grind's bad, try a 5 to 9 life with no weekends, no coffee, and a boss who can flog you. Historians still argue whether this endless toil built resilience or just broke spirits. But you're feeling the break. You're remembering the feast's gruel, the church's tithe, the bandits you dodged. And it all blends into one long blur of survival. You're not sure what day it is. Maybe Tuesday. Maybe not. And it doesn't matter. The Lord's fields don't care, and neither does the hunger gnawing at your gut. The village runs on this rhythm. You see it in Wolf's cough, weaker now, and Elf Gifu's hunched shoulders as she hauls wood. Your kids are part of it, too, dragging buckets or chasing rats, their small hands already calloused. A fun fact: some peasants believed repeating tasks pleased the land, ensuring crops grew. You're not buying it, but you're still hoeing in the same rhythm, just in case the earth's listening. You're wondering if your kid's knee will hold up tomorrow. They'll be carrying water, and a limp could mean a fall, or worse, the steward's wrath. Back in the hut, you're checking the barley sack, thinner every day, and stirring the last embers, knowing dawn's coming too soon. Your spouse is awake now, whispering about the next field day, and you nod, too tired for words. The cold's brutal, and a leak's dripping, freezing into a tiny spike. You're thinking about tomorrow's grind. Same mud, same hoe, same hunger, and wondering if you'll ever break free. The cycle's your cage, and every task locks it tighter. You're exhausted, but sleep's a risk when morning's just another lap in the race. Keep moving, because stopping means sinking. And in the dark ages, sinking's a one-way trip. You're still in your hut, the cold a relentless thief, stealing warmth from your bones as you huddle by the dead fire. The kids are asleep, their breaths shallow. Your spouse is counting the last grains of barley, and you're gripping that worn stick, its weight a faint comfort against the endless grind. You're a peasant in the dark ages, and if your days are a cycle of toil, sleep's your only escape. Fragile, haunted, and never enough. Remember that endless hoeing, the Lord's fields, the hunger? Now you're collapsing, hoping for rest, but nightmares and cold are ready to steal it. The air's thick with frost and the sour tang of damp straw, and the village is silent, a world holding its breath. Sleep's no sanctuary. Historians say peasants slept on straw mats or dirt floors, often sharing space with family and fleas, with exhaustion their only lullaby. You're sprawled on that lumpy mat now, the same one you woke on at dawn. It's straw poking through your tunic like tiny accusations. The kids are curled beside you, your spouse a shadow nearby, and you're all pressed close for warmth. The hut's freezing, the roof's leaking, and a draft slinks through the walls, chilling your already aching joints. You're pulling the tattered blanket tighter, but it's like trying to hold water in a sieve. Your body's screaming for rest, but your mind's not cooperating. Nightmares wait, bandits at the door, your kid's knee festering, the Lord's whip cracking. You dream of hunger most nights, of fields that swallow you whole or granaries you'll never touch. A quirky tidbit. Some peasants believe sleeping with a knife under the mat warded off bad dreams. So you've got a dull blade tucked beneath, though it's more rust than magic. You're not sure it helps, but you're too tired to argue with superstition. A modern aside. If you think your insomnia's bad, try dozing off when your bed's a flea circus, and tomorrow's just more misery. The cold's the real thief. It seeps into your bones, making every move a groan. And you're waking every hour to check the kids or the door. Historians still argue whether lack of sleep or malnutrition killed more peasants. But you're betting on both, especially with Wolf's cough still rattling through the wall. You're haunted by his daughter's grave, by the kids you've buried, and you're checking your own kids' breaths, praying they're still warm. A fun fact, some villagers sang soft chants to call sleep, but your voice is too cracked, and the only sound's the wind, moaning like it knows your fate. You're drifting now, half in, half out of sleep, but the hut's noises, creaks, drips, a rat's scurry, jerk you back. You're thinking of the fields, the steward, the church, all waiting to claim you at dawn. Sleep's supposed to recharge you, but it's a tease, leaving you just alive enough to endure another day. You're wondering if you'll wake, if your kids will, if spring will ever come. The mat's hard, the fleas are biting, and the cold's a weight you can't shake. You're clutching that knife's handle, not for dreams, but for the life you're barely holding on to. And now, let's slow things down, ease you out of this frozen, weary world. You're not in that hut anymore, not shivering on that straw mat with the weight of the dark ages pressing you down. The wind's howl is fading, softening into a gentle hum, like a fan in your room, steady and calm. Picture the village dissolving, its mud and cold melting into a warm, quiet haze. You're safe now, wrapped in the present, where hunger's just a memory and sleep's a gift, not a gamble. Feel your breath slow, each inhale pulling you deeper into rest, each exhale letting go of the Lord's fields, the steward's glare, the endless toil. The kids are fine, the fire's out, and the world's holding you gently, whispering that you've made it through. Let the cold slip away. Let the fears drift and sink into the soft, heavy pull of peace. You're not a peasant anymore. You're you, and you're enough. Close your eyes. Let the darkness cradle you, and rest, truly rest, until morning comes soft and kind. We slip past the gates of time and wander into the cold, mossy corridors of a medieval castle. You're standing in front of one now. Its towering silhouette looms under a ghostly moon, its stone walls catching the breeze with a silence that isn't quite comforting. You think you're safe, don't you? Tucked behind battlements, protected by towers and a deep, squishy moat. But oh, how little credit you've given the creativity of chaos. As your boots clunk across the wooden drawbridge, you smell the faint rot of waterlogged planks and something more acrid. Animal dung? Maybe. Or human. You pause under the portcullis, that iron-laced gate overhead, just wide enough to imagine it crashing down onto an unsuspecting skull. The chains holding it up groan with the weight of time and negligence. You step quickly, heart nudging against your ribs, just in case. And here's your first reality check. You probably wouldn't survive this place for long. You're inside now. The castle closes behind you with a dull thud of timber and iron. Welcome to security, medieval style. But don't relax just yet. Overhead, there's a wooden gallery with suspicious openings. You'd call them murder holes, if you knew the term, because that's exactly what they're for. Should an enemy try to breach the gate, defenders above would rain down hot oil, molten lead, or, if the budget was tight, human waste and spoiled milk. Anything hot or horrifying enough to cause a panic. You glance up, there's a drip, you move aside. Historians still argue whether boiling oil was ever really used, or if it was just hot water and tar. But the result is the same. Scalded skin, disoriented soldiers, and the stench of agony. Medieval defense was psychological as much as physical. You didn't just get injured. You were humiliated. You proceed deeper into the gatehouse, expecting relief. But imagine the guards stationed here. Cramped quarters, freezing drafts in winter, mosquito feasts in summer. Their job was to stay alert. But night after night of silence makes even a trained man careless. One sleepy moment, and the enemy's already inside. And don't forget the smell. Gatehouses often became temporary stables or holding pens. The combination of manure, sweat, and wet straw would knock a modern tourist flat. And the floor? Slippery. Very slippery. You'd be lucky to survive a stumble in full chainmail. The irony? These structures designed to keep people out were often the most vulnerable points in a castle. Attackers didn't always need to storm the walls. They just needed one bribed gatekeeper, one forgotten latch, one loose tongue at a tavern. The drawbridge might be up, but human error is always down. You step into the courtyard, exhaling. You think, maybe now the worst is over. Wrong. Just then, you hear a scream from above. False alarm. A bird maybe. Or one of the bored boys in the battlements throwing rocks at rats. You laugh nervously. But that kind of prank? It happened. A lot. Castles were filled with young squires with too much energy and not enough supervision. One accidental push, and someone's armor clatters down a stairwell. Or worse. And what about the drawbridge itself? The mechanics were surprisingly fragile. Wood swelled with moisture. Chains rusted, and hinges groaned like wounded animals. Maintenance was irregular, and sabotage wasn't hard. Just a little tampering could trap the bridge halfway open, leaving the defenders confused and vulnerable. You walk back to examine the bridge you crossed. Notice how it doesn't fully retract? That's not an oversight. That's typical. Perfect seals were a luxury. Most castles couldn't afford the engineering precision of a modern garage door. There was always a gap, just enough to tempt a determined rat or a thief with a grappling hook. Speaking of thieves, not every threat came from outside. Inside jobs were terrifyingly common. A stable boy could smuggle in poison. A scullery maid could unlock a cellar gate. A messenger might carry two messages, one official, one treasonous. Safety in a castle was an illusion maintained by fragile loyalties. One quirky tidbit for you. In some regions, defenders would collect dead animals, let them rot for days, and then catapult them over the walls during sieges, not just to spread disease, but to horrify. Imagine waking to a bloated cow landing in your courtyard. Nothing quite shakes your morale like airborne livestock. And just when you think you've mapped out every threat, let's not forget about the animals inside the walls. Castles housed everything from chickens to goats to the lord's hunting dogs, all of which added to the noise, mess, and unpredictability. You might trip over a goose while fleeing an attack. It happened. So, as the wind howls through narrow passages and the creak of chain echoes off the stone, you realize the castle isn't keeping danger out. It's just rearranging it. Sleep tight. You're still standing in that courtyard, blinking under the shadow of crenellated walls, when your eyes fall to the moat. Ah, yes, the mighty moat, a symbol of safety, of separation, of defensive genius. Except you wouldn't want to fall in, or even smell it. From the outside, moats may look like picturesque little rivers, calm, still water reflecting the castle like a mirror. But in reality, think cesspool. Imagine murky, green-black sludge churning with algae, frog spawn, and rotting organic matter. That smell hitting your nostrils isn't fresh mountain spring. It's 1,000 years of absolutely do not touch. You crouch near the edge to peer in, careful not to slip on the slick moss at your boots. You think, maybe this would stop an attacker. But consider this. Most moats weren't alligators and laser traps kind of dangerous. They were shallow, inconsistent in depth, and often dry when it hadn't rained. The medieval moat was more psychological than practical. A muddy mess meant to slow you down, not drown you. Historians still argue whether moats genuinely worked or were just a grand, smelly deterrent. In many cases, attackers just filled them with rubble, bridged them with ladders, or waited until they froze in winter. Oh yes, frozen moats, medieval slip and slide straight to the front gate. And the defenders? They had to live with the moat year-round. That meant mosquitoes breeding in stagnant pools, rodents thriving along the banks, and diseases spreading like gossip in a monastery. Some castles even used the moat as a sewage drain. That's right, human waste straight into the water. So if invaders didn't fall in and drown, maybe dysentery would take care of them later. You walk along the moat's edge now, carefully noting how narrow the walkway is. One wrong step, and you're in. And once you're in, you're not getting out without help. The walls are too steep, The surface too slick, and your pride gone. Especially if you're wearing armor, which, spoiler alert, is less heroic knight and more portable drowning machine. Still, some moats were more complex. In certain fortresses, they doubled as fish ponds or ice storage during winter. One particularly eccentric lord even kept swans, dangerous, territorial swans, the kind that see you coming, hiss, and then charge like angry winged bouncers. Charming. No? Now picture a siege. Enemy forces surround the castle, supply lines cut, the drawbridge is up, the gates locked. But the moat? It's not keeping anyone safe. Archers on the other side of the trench just wait for movement. Anyone who dares fetch water or toss waste is a target. And the defenders have no clear advantage, trapped inside and slowly starving. Sometimes the besiegers would toss corpses, animals or humans, into the moat to poison it, not just for psychological warfare, but biological. And since the moat often connected to the castle's water source or cistern, it wasn't long before stomach cramps and vomiting made defenders rethink their life choices. You lean against a parapet, watching the surface of the moat ripple. Is that something moving? A rat? A bloated fish? Maybe a long-forgotten helmet bobbing in the muck. No one really cleans a moat. You just let nature pile it on. One strange but true tidbit. Some moats didn't surround castles at all. In flat terrain, you'd find dry moats, just big ditches. Easier to maintain? Yes, but even less effective, especially against determined foes with ladders and teamwork. And if the walls weren't high enough, attackers could just chuck rocks from the far side like angry kids on a playground. You reach the far end of the moat now, where an old footbridge once stood. Only the stone supports remain, jagged and weathered. This was likely a sally port, a secret little exit for troops to launch surprise attacks or slip away in defeat. These hidden passages were genius in theory, but most got discovered, collapsed, or became favorite entry points for very clever enemies. You stare at the water again, your reflection distorted in the ripples. You expected the moat to be your safety net, but it's more like a filthy moat-sized lie. And heaven help you if you fall in at night. Imagine, pitch black, freezing water, your screams muffled by stone walls and thick fog, while your torch sputters out in the mud. Sleepwalking here? Fatal. There are actual records of servants and even nobles accidentally plunging to their soggy doom just trying to find the latrine. And let's not forget the upkeep. Castle owners often hired entire crews just to dredge the moat. Or they didn't. Which meant it filled with silt, junk, and the occasional unwanted corpse. Peasants complained, but no one listened. You weren't building a swimming pool. You were maintaining medieval misery. You back away slowly from the edge. One last bubble rises to the surface. You try not to imagine what caused it. So next time someone tells you moats were brilliant medieval defenses, you can nod politely and then tell them about the eels, the sewage, and the smell that still haunts your nose. You're back inside now, moving slowly along the inner wall, trying to shake off the scent of moat stew still clinging to your senses. The stone under your feet feels solid, reassuring even. But here comes the next illusion. These walls weren't as indestructible as they looked, not even close. Look up. That massive curtain wall stretches high above, rough-hewn stones stacked like a monument to medieval confidence. You imagine it surviving fire, storm, and siege. But the truth is, even the thickest walls had their soft spots, both figuratively and quite literally. Stone cracks, mortar weakens, frost creeps into tiny gaps and expands them like silent dynamite. You don't notice it at first, but over decades, and certainly centuries, the damage accumulates. Some castles were built quickly under wartime pressure, which meant shortcuts, cheap labor, and a whole lot of crossed fingers. The phrase medieval contractor was not synonymous with quality assurance. You run your hand along the wall. The surface is uneven. Some stones jut out slightly, while others feel loose, like an unfriendly game of medieval Jenga. During heavy rains, water seeps into the cracks, eroding the foundation over time. That charming moss you see growing along the base, that's nature slowly reclaiming the fortress. Beautiful, yes, but also the early warning of structural failure. Historians still argue whether castle walls were more effective as status symbols than as actual barriers. For some lords, a showy fortress wasn't meant to keep armies out. It was meant to impress rivals and peasants. Function followed fashion. And let's just say, corners were cut. Sometimes literally. Now imagine a siege. Enemy engineers don't charge the gate like in the movies. They go underground. Literally. Tunneling under walls. Undermining was a tried and true method. Dig a shaft. Shore it up with wood. Then set the supports on fire. When they collapse, the wall above comes tumbling down like a toddler's toy tower. Surprise! Your fortress now has a skylight. You trace the line of the battlements, imagining defenders rushing along with arrows and boiling tar. But if the wall wobbles beneath them, chaos. Whole sections could, and did, fall during assaults. Not from catapults, from clever geometry and gravity. One quirky twist. In some places, defenders countered mining by building double walls. If the enemy tunneled through one, they'd just find a second one. Or they'd dig straight into a hidden water chamber and flood themselves out. A gamble. Sure. But in a world without CCTV, creativity was key. You pass a spot where the wall has a visible bulge, an old patch job, possibly from a battering ram centuries ago, or maybe an earthquake. Castles were vulnerable to more than war. Natural disasters hit hard, and medieval building codes didn't exactly account for seismic shifts. And speaking of battering rams, yes, they worked. If attackers could get close enough, a team of strong men swinging a giant log on chains could compromise a wall faster than you'd think, especially if the stone was already compromised by time, poor construction, or last winter's freeze-thaw cycle. You climb the stairs now, heading toward the ramparts. Your boots echo with that same hollow rhythm. Clink, clink, hesitation. Halfway up, you spot a crack in the stone spiral. Probably nothing. Probably at the top. The wind hits you like a cold slap. From here, you see how the walls form a ring, but not a perfect one. Some towers lean slightly inward, as if tired. Gravity doesn't care about history. Over the years, castles sank, shifted, and settled unevenly. Parts of the structure became dead weight, pressing against other parts. And eventually, something gives. There's a charming notion that medieval architects knew what they were doing, and many did. But the truth? A lot of them were winging it. That wall looks about right was the blueprint in many cases. Measurement tools were primitive, and masons relied on experience and guesswork. A wall might look strong on Monday and crumble by Sunday. And if you're wondering why there aren't more surviving castles in pristine condition, now you know. Many collapsed under their own weight. Others were deliberately dismantled in peacetime to prevent future rebellions. Yes, lords feared their own fortresses would be used against them. You walk carefully now, imagining a time when these same walls echoed with the thunder of horses, the clatter of armor, the nervous whispers of servants hoping this siege ends soon. The irony isn't lost on you. The very symbol of protection could become a tomb if the walls gave way. You reach a tower and lean against its edge, gazing across the rolling hills beyond. It's beautiful, peaceful, deceptively so. But behind every stone of this keep lies the slow betrayal of time, the unspoken fragility of even the mightiest structures. So go ahead. Admire the towering majesty, but don't trust it. Not entirely. You descend the stone steps from the tower, trying not to notice how uneven each one feels underfoot. The air grows still again, and you think perhaps it's time to trust the human element, the loyal guards who man these walls, brave sentinels of the realm, right? Well, brace yourself. As you round the corner into the guardhouse, you're immediately hit with a cocktail of smells: sweat, ale, wet leather, and something resembling pickled onions left too long in a sunbeam. The guard room is dim, damp, and overcrowded. Straw mats line the floor. Boots, some with feet still in them, are strewn about in careless clumps. A snoring figure slumps by the fire, his helmet dangling off his head like a lopsided fruit bowl. Yes, these are your watchmen, your great defenders. See, being a medieval guard wasn't glamorous. The hours were long, the pay was minimal, and the risk? High. You were expected to patrol, stay alert, and respond to threats at any hour, even if you'd only had 6 mouthfuls of turnip stew and a half lice-infested nap. Most guards were recruited from local peasantry, not trained warriors, which meant discipline varied wildly. Historians still argue whether these garrison forces were more deterrent or decoration. In wealthier castles, sure, you might have a corps of professional soldiers, but in most, half your defenders were barely sober, the other half barely awake. It wasn't uncommon for sentries to fall asleep at their posts, especially in winter, when cold winds numbed both fingers and judgment. You glance up at the battlements again. Imagine standing there for hours in full gear, scanning a horizon that rarely changed. Rain drips down your collar. Your fingers ache. Your mind wanders. Then comes the enemy. Surprise. One infamous incident at Chepstow Castle? The defenders forgot to close the postern gate one night. An entire raiding party walked in and out, without resistance. Guards were too busy gambling indoors to notice. You step further into the guard quarters, eyeing a battered table where a few men hunch over a dice game. One has a black eye. Another has fleas. A third is quietly crying into a turnip. Their swords lean nearby, blunt, rusted, probably decorative. This is your security detail. Sleep well. Oh, and bribery? Absolutely rampant. A well-placed coin, a seductive smile, or just sheer boredom could convince a guard to look the other way. Some were even in on the betrayal. During the siege of Rochester, legend says a guard opened the gate in exchange for food. Not gold, not power, just bread and cheese. You pass a window where a crossbow leans awkwardly on the sill. It's unstrung. The bolts are missing. Someone tied a sock to it, perhaps as a joke or a failed attempt at drying laundry. Either way, it's not ready for action. And then there's the issue of morale. A castle under siege isn't just stone and strategy, it's trust. If your guards start whispering about hopeless odds, or if they see their commander faltering, they might not stay loyal. Loyalty during famine? Not exactly guaranteed. One quirky fact: some castles employed night watch parrots. Yes, parrots. Taught to mimic phrases like, "Who goes there?" or "Halt," to scare off intruders. They were probably more consistent than half the garrison. You wander past a storage alcove, where extra armor hangs like forgotten skeletons. Dusty, misfitted. One helmet has a large dent, possibly from a clumsy fall rather than a battle. Most of this gear wouldn't pass inspection. But there it is, expected to protect. And let's not forget internal disputes. Guards often fought each other. Drunken brawls broke out over missing rations, romantic rivalries, or sheer boredom. The enemy didn't need to scale the walls if the defenders were already at each other's throats. You imagine being a castle lord, looking out from your chamber, seeing these men stumbling through their shifts, and thinking, these are the ones keeping my enemies out? Suddenly, you'd start sleeping with one eye open, and maybe a dagger under the pillow. And that trust cuts both ways. Guards sometimes feared the Lord more than the attackers. If the castle fell, and they survived, they risked being branded cowards, or worse, traitors. Many deserted before that moment came. A fire flickers in the corner of the guard room now. Someone's cooking something. You hope it's food. The air's too thick to breathe deeply, so you back away, retracing your steps to the courtyard. Out in the open again, you take a long look at the walls. The very same walls you thought were safe, manned by stalwart protectors. But now you know the truth. They were just men, cold, tired, underfed, and dangerously human. You step back into the main hall of the castle, lured by the faint scent of cooked meat and the flickering of torchlight. Ah, at last, respite. The great hall, centerpiece of feasts, festivities, and fire-lit comfort. You imagine long wooden tables, platters of steaming food, and goblets overflowing with spiced wine. For a moment, it almost feels safe, until you notice the flies. They buzz lazily over half-eaten loaves, congealed gravy, and what might be a pigeon leg, or might be something else entirely. No one's quite sure. The room is loud and warm, yes, but also humid, chaotic, and riddled with invisible dangers. See, castle banquets weren't just scenes of merriment. They were microbial minefields. Hygiene? Optional. Hands were rarely washed. Food was often undercooked, oversalted, or left out for hours. You glance at a bowl of something soupy, breathing in the mingled aroma of garlic, spoiled butter, and meat that has clearly seen things. One particularly risky delight? Bubonic bread, a nickname not entirely unfair. Moldy grains could harbor ergot, a fungus that induces hallucinations, convulsions, and, in extreme cases, death. But hey, waste not. You'd still eat it. Everyone did. Because the good bread ran out fast, and winter was always lurking. Historians still argue whether the widespread consumption of tainted rye contributed to mass hysteria events, like witch trials or dancing plagues. But what's clear is that dinner in a medieval castle was sometimes your last full meal. Literally, you take a seat on one of the long benches, shifting as the wood creaks beneath you. No cushion, no backrest, and something sticky under your hand. Lovely. Across the room, a jester is juggling blunt knives for a bored-looking noble. One slips, lands point down in a trencher of stew. Applause. The kitchen staff bustles in and out, sweaty, shouty, and flustered. You hear pots crashing, a cook yelling about burned onions, and someone coughing violently. You try to ignore the fact that this is the same person who was just carving the roast. In the medieval world, the line between food and illness was razor thin. Poor preservation methods meant meats turned quickly. Spices, when available, were used not for flavor, but to disguise decay. If it smelled bad, just add more cloves, or beer, or both. And water? Don't even think about it. Unfiltered and teeming with bacteria. It was often more dangerous than wine. That's why even children drank diluted ale. It wasn't a party. It was survival. You glanced toward the corner of the hall where the salt was kept, in a little container under lock and key. Salt wasn't just seasoning. It was currency, prestige, power. Sitting above the salt meant you were important. Below, well, let's just say your meat might be extra chewy. And let's not overlook the rats. They scurry along the baseboards like tiny dinner guests, occasionally darting up a tapestry or into the rafters. No one reacts. They're just part of the decor. One quirky tidbit. In some feasts, guests were given entire birds, beaks and all, stuffed with smaller birds, then baked in pastry. These cockatrices were extravagant, grotesque, and almost entirely inedible. But they looked great, like a dragon, if dragons were greasy and full of pigeon. You pick at the food in front of you, a leg of something roasted until unrecognizable. It's seasoned with ashes and maybe thyme? Hard to tell. The bread beside it is dense as brick and tastes faintly of mildew. You chew carefully, hoping your jaw doesn't lock up. Above, smoke from the hearth curls toward the ceiling, blackening the tapestries and hanging in the air like a fog of slowly cooking regret. Ventilation? Not a priority. Fires filled great halls with warmth, but also soot and choking clouds of smoke. Your eyes sting. Your throat scratches. You press on. Conversations rise and fall around you, some in Latin, others in rough dialects you barely recognize. Laughter erupts as a drunken knight topples backward off his bench. No one helps him. He's snoring before he hits the floor. You begin to feel tired. Full. No. But heavy. Like something in your stomach is reconsidering its life choices. As you excuse yourself from the table, you pass a noblewoman with red wine stains on her teeth and a peacock feather in her hair. She eyes you for a moment, then burps. Courtly love. One final note as you escape the banquet. Food poisoning was a leading cause of mysterious illness in the Middle Ages. Stomach fever, they called it. And if it didn't kill you, it weakened you enough that the next infection might. So while the tapestries told tales of honor and heroism, the kitchen often wrote the last chapter with salmonella ink. Bon appetit. You stagger out of the great hall, patting your belly in that universal, I think I just made a mistake kind of way. You'd hoped a hearty meal might bring a sense of safety, some illusion of comfort. But now, as your stomach makes a noise somewhere between a whimper and a threat, You start wondering if the real danger in this castle isn't war, it's dinner. You look up at the tower again. Those archers, surely they offer a proper line of defense, right? Let's climb and check. The stone steps leading to the ramparts are tight, spiraling, and just wide enough for someone to lose a toe if they misstep. You twist and squeeze your way up until you reach the arrow slit gallery. Those narrow vertical windows you've seen in all the movies. They look so purposeful, so precise. You imagine skilled bowmen peering through them, loosing arrows with perfect accuracy. But then you try to fit yourself into one. It's awkward. You bend, squint, and try to knock an imaginary arrow. Your elbow smacks the wall behind you. Your quiver catches on the stone. The slit is only wide enough to give you a decent view of a 10-degree slice of the outside world. That's assuming your enemy is polite enough to approach directly from that angle. Historians still argue whether these loopholes were all that effective in real combat. Sure, they made defenders harder to hit, but they also made it painfully difficult to see, aim, or retreat. And that's not even counting poor visibility during rain, snow, or the thick smoke of battle. You crouch and look through the slit again. Imagine trying to spot a moving target, then calculate distance, then compensate for wind. All while your ears ring with screaming. Your arm aches from holding the bow all day. And someone behind you is yelling about running out of arrows. Speaking of which, ammo wasn't infinite. Arrows had to be handmade. Every shaft, every fletching, every tip. That meant when supply ran low during a siege, you'd sometimes go collect spent arrows from the battlefield. If you were lucky, if not, you reused enemy arrows, assuming they fit your bow. They usually didn't. You step back from the slit and run a hand along the inside of the gallery wall, smooth in places, crumbly in others, wet from condensation. The roof leaks. Of course. You imagine a long shift here, rain trickling down your back while you grip a bowstring that's slowly stretching with moisture. Comfortable? Not in the least. Now let's talk about friendly fire. One overlooked hazard in medieval warfare: your own archers. In the chaos of battle, soldiers below would rush the gate or defend the walls, and arrows from above didn't always follow friendly trajectories. More than one unlucky knight took a shaft to the shoulder from his own tower. Oops. My bad. No refunds. One quirky tidbit: some castles painted bright symbols on helmets or tunics to help identify allies from above. But it didn't always work. In the heat of battle, confusion reigned. And crossbows? Even worse. Powerful, yes, but slow to reload. A single crossbowman might fire 2 bolts per minute. Tops. Miss once. And that's 30 seconds of sheer panic while you wind the crank. You duck beneath a wooden beam, only to hear a loud crack. Part of the gallery's roof has started to rot, and your hand now has a splinter longer than your patience. That's medieval maintenance for you. Patch the roof if it leaks, unless you're under siege. Then just hope it doesn't collapse. You move to a corner where the parapet opens wide enough to step out and look over the courtyard. Below, children run with sticks. A dog chases a chicken. An old woman hangs laundry near a well. You realize how easy it would be to drop something, anything, from this height: a stone, a torch, a chamber pot. Yes, that happened too. By accident? By design? By bad timing? You glance at a nearby archer, slouched against the wall. His bow lies beside him, unstrung. He's asleep. You resist the urge to poke him. Maybe he's dead. No, there's the snore. Good. You think? Archers were often the first to tire. The job demanded strength, precision, and nerves of iron. But on long days without battle, the tedium was unbearable. You'd stand, watching nothing happen, until your mind wandered, until your legs ached, until someone sounded an alarm, and you had to snap back to deadly attention. And some of these towers weren't built well. They leaned, or shifted. A loose stone could send you tumbling over the edge, armor and all. That happened during peacetime more often than during war. No enemy, no siege, just gravity. And while you're contemplating that, a shrill whistle echoes across the courtyard. You don't know what it means, but the archer beside you bolts upright, grabs his bow, then frowns. False alarm. A child imitating the castle lookout. Great. So here you are, surrounded by arrow slits that barely function, manned by sleepy guards, and stocked with arrows that may or may not be compatible with your bow. You're cold, your back hurts, and your aim? Probably worse than you'd hoped. Feeling safe yet? You descend from the battlements with a new respect for gravity and a renewed sense of skepticism. Surely the ground must offer more stability. Right? Right? But as you cross the stone floor of your chamber, something feels odd. A hollow thunk underfoot. You kneel, press your palm to the stone, and there it is again. An echo. A vibration. You're not imagining it. Something is moving beneath you. Welcome to the world of medieval sabotage. You're sleeping above a potential minefield. Tunneling, or sapping, was a favorite tactic of determined attackers. If they couldn't go over or through the walls, they'd go under. Men called sappers would dig quietly beneath the foundation of the walls, shore up the tunnels with timber, and then set them ablaze. When the supports burned away, entire chunks of the castle could collapse like a deflated pastry. Historians still argue how effective these mining operations truly were, since many were detected and countered in time, but several recorded collapses, most famously at Rochester Castle, prove they weren't just theoretical. Tunnels worked. And now, here's you, lying in bed above one. You imagine it, the scrape of iron tools below, the muffled curses of desperate men in damp earth, digging like worms with purpose. Some tunnels took weeks, even months. But once started, the sappers rarely stopped, unless discovered by castle defenders, who had their own tricks. One involved building countermines. That's right, they'd listen for digging, then dig their own tunnels to intercept and ambush the enemy underground. So not only did you have a castle war happening on the ground, you also had one in it. A deadly, claustrophobic chess match happening beneath your feet. You press your ear to the stone now. Nothing. But back in the day, servants were assigned to sit in silence, cups to the ground, waiting for the sound of trouble. A boring job, until it wasn't. And speaking of what's underfoot, let's not forget how castles handled storage. The ground level often housed food cellars, armories, and yes, crypts. You might be one floor above a pile of swords, or your great-great-uncle, mummified in his best chainmail. There's a reason the air down there always smelled like stale soup and forgotten prayers. One quirky tidbit: Some castles featured false floors, hollow compartments built not for defense, but deception. These were hiding places for valuables, secret escape routes, or even trapdoors that could dump unsuspecting intruders into pits below. Unfortunately, they sometimes dumped you instead. You walk to the corner of your chamber, where a flagstone tilts slightly. Your curiosity gets the better of you. You nudge it with your boot. It shifts. Beneath it, darkness. No ladder. Just the suggestion of depth. You quickly slide it back. Whatever's down there can stay there. There's something deeply unsettling about living above something unknown, be it tunnel, pit, or forgotten storage chamber. Even the castle lords knew it. That's why some refused to sleep in their usual bedchambers during sieges. Too risky. Too easy for the enemy to pop up like angry gophers and start stabbing. You move back toward the hallway, passing a servant boy muttering about strange noises in the floorboards. He's pale, sleep-deprived, possibly exaggerating, but possibly not. Castles weren't just stone and wood. They were ecosystems. Every groan in the wall, every draft, every thud could mean something or nothing. That uncertainty is what made them so unnerving. Oh, and let's talk earthquakes. Rare, sure, but not impossible. And when they did strike, castle foundations weren't flexible. A tremor could turn underground tunnels into collapsing death traps, both for the diggers and the defenders. You make your way toward the outer edge of the castle now, past a hallway lit by flickering torches. The floor slopes just slightly downward, not something you'd notice at first. But this, too, is part of the underground maze. Some castles were built on top of older ruins, reusing foundations, which meant that the past was literally beneath you, waiting to crack open. And if all that weren't enough, let's not forget nature's contribution. Sinkholes. Some castles were erected atop unstable ground. Over the years, erosion, improper drainage, or sheer bad luck would open the earth like a yawning mouth. And down you'd go. There are records, rare, but chilling, of towers vanishing overnight, swallowed whole. You stop walking. Listen again. Just the wind now. But in the silence, the mind plays tricks. Is that a whisper? A scraping? Or just your imagination filling in the gaps between stone and soil? Either way, you sleep here tonight. Above the ghosts. Above the tunnels. Above the ever-shifting ground. Sweet dreams. You wake up, perhaps from a dream involving collapsing floors or whispering ghosts, only to discover a far more pressing concern. Nature is calling. And that, dear listener, means it's time to visit the castle's most treacherous and misunderstood feature, the privy. You might picture a simple latrine or a quaint little outhouse perched along the battlements. And in some ways, you'd be right. But in practice, using the toilet in a medieval castle was an exercise in courage, balance, and blind optimism. Privies were often built into the outer wall, small stone chambers known as garderobes. Imagine a tiny closet with a hole in the bench, and beneath that hole, a long, narrow shaft that drops straight down the side of the castle. Gravity takes care of the rest. You enter one now. It's cold, always cold. The stone is slick with condensation. The draft is relentless. And the smell? Well, it defies polite description. A mixture of mildew, ammonia, and that subtle metallic tang of despair. You sit, or rather, you hover, Because here's the thing, the hole is large enough for something to fall through, and in more than one recorded incident, that something was a person. Historians still argue how many people actually fell down the garderobe shaft, but the fact that such stories exist at all tells you something. Some deaths were accidental, others suspicious. More than one fall was likely a convenient push. No murder weapon, no blood, just a very unfortunate tumble into a very smelly abyss. And what about siege conditions? During an attack, the waste couldn't be cleared. The buildup became overwhelming. Some castles had cesspits below the shafts, but many simply let the waste fall into the moat. Yes, that moat. The one we discussed earlier. A circular system of horror. You lean slightly to peer down the shaft. You regret it instantly. The smell is one thing, but imagine the psychological impact of knowing your waste was now part of the castle's external defense strategy. Invaders were not just repelled with arrows and boiling pitch. They were greeted with a generous helping of last night's stew. One quirky bit of castle engineering. Some garderobes were designed to be above enemy approach paths, so that attackers trying to scale the wall had the added danger of a surprise. Organic ambush. A medieval insult that truly stuck. Now back to the practical side. Toilet paper? Not a thing. Common alternatives included moss, hay, cloth scraps, or, if you were fancy, imported wool rags. And if you're wondering whether those were reused, the answer is yes, horrifyingly often. You shiver. The draft cuts through your clothes as you try to finish your business without making direct contact with anything. The bench is chipped. The hole feels vaguely threatening. There's a spider, possibly two. You stand, straighten your tunic, and step back into the corridor. And what do you notice immediately? No hand washing station, no basin, no soap. Castle hygiene was shockingly bad. Germ theory didn't exist yet, and most people thought disease came from bad air. Washing your hands after using the toilet? Not common practice. Which, when you remember that these same hands prepared food, held goblets, and applied bandages, well, let's just say the implications are pungent. Now consider how many people shared each privy. Servants, soldiers, visiting dignitaries, all using the same narrow, poorly ventilated chamber. And cleaning it? That was someone's job. Usually a young boy, an old man, or someone being punished. Imagine waking up each day knowing that was your destiny. One recorded punishment for minor theft in a castle. Privy duty for a week. You'd honestly rather spend a night in the dungeon. And some did. As you wander deeper into the castle, you notice one more thing. The smell never really goes away. Even outside the garderobe, the scent lingers in the walls, in the tapestries, in the wood of the banquet tables. No matter how grand the castle, a faint aroma of human existence hovers like a ghost. But let's not forget the architectural downside. If attackers knew where the privy shafts were, and they often did, they could exploit them. Some tried to climb up them. A few succeeded. Imagine the look on a castle defender's face when an enemy soldier burst through the toilet floor like an uninvited stink demon. Not every shaft led to the outside either. Some emptied into cesspits inside the castle walls, which, if not emptied regularly, would overflow into hallways, kitchens, and storage rooms. During a siege, disaster, disease spread, morale plummeted. Suddenly, Your fortress smells worse than the battlefield outside. You duck under a low archway and stumble into another privy. This one has a wooden bench, rotting slightly, and a faded curtain for privacy. Luxury, until you notice the rats. They love garderobes, warmth, moisture, and an endless buffet. Some grew bold enough to bite. And here's the kicker. Many nobles had their bedchambers right next to the privy for convenience. That means your lordship spent every night next to a chamber of fermenting horror. No wonder so many medieval letters mention strange dreams and bad humors. So now you know. The castle may have walls, guards, and towers. But when it comes to truly terrifying experiences, nothing beats answering nature's call. You leave the garderobe behind you, slowly, respectfully, as one might back away from a cursed object, and breathe in the marginally fresher air of the corridor. For a moment, you think you're safe again. But now, your gaze falls on the unlit sconces along the wall, the shadows clinging to the stone like cobwebs, and you remember there's another hidden threat lurking in the castle. Fire. Yes, fire. The ever-present menace in a world built of stone, but filled with timber, textiles, and just enough recklessness to turn the whole fortress into an overbaked pie. You pass into the kitchens, the warm heart of the castle, and also its most combustible chamber. It's chaos in here. The hearth roars with open flame. Spits drip fat onto glowing embers, and an anxious cook is waving a ladle like it's a weapon. Every surface is either slick with grease or covered in dried flour. It smells delicious. It also smells like a warning. Medieval castles relied on open fires for heat, cooking, light, everything. And while the outer walls were stone, the interior of most structures was a different story. Wooden beams, thatched roofs, reed matting, wool tapestries, and rush-covered floors. Flammable paradise. One accidental spark, one tipped torch, one spilled pot of burning fat, and that's it. The castle becomes an oven. And unlike today, they didn't have fire brigades or water hoses. Their strategy was yell a lot, throw sand, pray loudly. Historians still argue how many castles fell to fire during peace rather than war. Some suggest accidental blazes were just as common as sieges. One careless ember, and your fancy banqueting hall was ash. You watch the cook dump a basket of damp hay into a storage alcove. Perfect fuel. Beside him, a boy clumsily tends a boiling cauldron. The flames underneath dance too high. Someone forgot to close the chimney flue. The smoke has nowhere to go, curling against the ceiling and slipping into nearby rooms like a thief. You cough. Of course you do. Smoke inhalation was a slow, silent killer in castles. Many fires didn't consume structures. They suffocated their victims. Narrow staircases trapped the breathless. Locked doors sealed their fate. A fire in the lower quarters could render the upper ones useless in minutes. And here's something particularly unsettling. Castle architecture often worked against escape. Those narrow spiral staircases, great for defense, but useless in a fire. Try running down them in a panic, shoulder to shoulder with 20 others, all screaming, all tripping over their cloaks. The windows? Slits for archery, too small to crawl through. Doors? Reinforced, heavy, likely barred shut. If the smoke doesn't get you, the logistics will. One quirky design flaw? In winter, castles sometimes closed up chimneys and sealed off ventilation to conserve heat. Clever. Until you light a few dozen candles and a roaring fire in the same room. Then suddenly, you're cooking the soup and yourself at the same time. You glance up at a wooden gallery overhead. It's blackened in places, scorch marks from an earlier blaze. Perhaps no one repaired it. Why bother? It's mostly fine. That's the motto of medieval maintenance. Mostly fine. And lighting? Torches jammed into wall brackets, candles on every ledge, oil lamps that splatter if you bump them, wax everywhere, shadows flickering like ghosts. You pass by a servant snuffing out a taper with her fingers. You hope her sleeves don't catch. She's standing near a wall tapestry older than the reign of the current king. And then there's arson. Oh, yes. During wartime, it wasn't just a risk, it was a tactic. Invaders would launch fire arrows, flaming pitch, or even burning animals. Yes, really, into courtyards to start chaos. One well-placed fire could ruin supplies, drive defenders into disarray, or even force surrender. Even peacetime wasn't peaceful. Castle residents, frustrated servants, jealous siblings, angry tenants could start fires out of vengeance or desperation. Some did, and once the flames began, there was little that could stop them. You move into a side hallway now, where the torches burn low and shadows grow thick. You feel a sudden warmth behind you, not comforting, but anxious. The idea that this entire fortress could ignite and trap everyone inside feels disturbingly real. Castles were built to keep danger out, but fire? Fire comes from within. You reach the chapel next. Stone walls, stone floors, even a stone altar. Surely, you think, this is safe. But then your eye catches the heavy curtain behind the pulpit. Velvet, faded, flammable. Probably hadn't been cleaned in a generation. That candle on the prayer stand? Just a breeze away from turning devotion into disaster. You sigh. You had hoped for comfort somewhere in these halls. But now you see it. Fire is the quietest traitor. It doesn't knock down gates or roar across battlefields. It waits. Inside hearths, lanterns, and ovens. And when it comes, it takes everything. So tonight, when you tuck yourself into that lumpy mattress stuffed with straw, you'll do it knowing you sleep not in a fortress, but in a very elegant, slightly smoky tinderbox. You pace the outer corridor now, hoping to find a quiet spot to rest your overworked imagination. But rest doesn't come easily here, especially not during siege season. No, castles weren't always under siege. But when they were, it was the slowest, most miserable kind of horror imaginable. Not the fiery, frantic chaos of Hollywood. Real sieges were like waiting for death, with a bad diet and worse neighbors. You approach the main gate again and peer through one of the slits. Outside, imagine rows of tents, smoke from campfires, distant murmurs of soldiers waiting, just like you. But they've got time. Weeks, maybe months. All they have to do is wait you out. Hunger will do the rest. Sieges weren't about storming the walls. They were about starvation, attrition, despair. If the moat didn't stop them, and the walls didn't crack, then fine. They'd sit. Cut off supply lines. Poison your wells. Harass your messengers. Eventually, your pantry turns into a graveyard of good intentions. Historians still argue which was worse, the siege itself, or the psychological toll it took. Trapped in close quarters, families and servants began to unravel. Tempers flared, food was rationed, water became cloudy, the air turned still. One account from a 13th century siege describes nobles boiling leather shoes for soup. not just for show. For calories, others reportedly roasted rats. One castle, desperate and delusional, resorted to brewing beer from moss scraped off walls. Cheers. And you? You might be trying to sleep in a shared hall with 80 others. No privacy, no silence, just whispering, coughing, praying, and the smell of too many bodies and too few baths. You pass a storeroom, locked. Of course, inside, sacks of grain and barrels of salted meat are carefully inventoried, but spoilage sets in fast. A single bad batch of meat can wipe out half your garrison, especially if someone, let's say, hypothetically, a bored squire, fails to spot the green fuzz on the herring, and you haven't even hit the boredom yet. Sieges were boring, painfully so. With enemy archers just beyond range, you couldn't work, couldn't train, couldn't bathe in peace. Entertainment? None. Games were banned in many castles during siege conditions. Too loud, too risky. Music? Only if you liked dirges. One quirky detail. In some sieges, jesters were sent to the walls to mock the besieging army. One even mooned the enemy commander. This resulted in the jester being shot. Of course, but everyone appreciated the morale boost. For a few minutes, you find your way into the chapel. Again, it's quieter now. A few candles flicker. A monk snores softly near the altar. You kneel at a bench, not to pray, but to think. How long would you last in here? Food's running out. The guards are on edge. A child just screamed about ghosts. And now there's a smell. Something rancid. You follow it to the hallway and realize someone collapsed. Maybe illness. Maybe despair. Either way, there's no doctor, only the surgeon, and he's drunk. You hear a distant thud, a rock, a cow carcass. Yes, because here's another siege highlight: psychological warfare. Enemy armies would catapult dead animals, horses, pigs, plague victims, over the walls, not to kill, but to disgust. Disease, decay, demoralization. It worked. You'd think death was loud and obvious. But here, it oozed under doors, curled in hallways, whispered through fever dreams. And forget reinforcements. If your castle was isolated, and most were, you'd wait, and wait, and wait, for a signal, a flare, a miracle. Many died waiting. You walk back toward the ramparts. The guards are still there, still watching, eyes sunken, faces thin. Their arrows are fewer now. One's chewing on something that might have once been turnip. Maybe. He offers you a bite. You decline. The castle itself groans with age and pressure. Floorboards creak louder. Doors don't close quite right. Even the wind seems different now, as if it, too, has decided to wait. One recorded siege lasted nearly a year. A year. By month 5, the defenders began to lose count of days. They stopped speaking in complete sentences. Dreams blended into waking. Bones were dug from graves for soup. And when the gates finally opened, there was no battle, just silence. And if the attackers did get inside, it wasn't a fight. It was a slaughter. No one had the strength to resist. You'd be found curled in a closet or under a bed, too weak to stand. So next time someone says castles were built for war, remind them, war didn't come as a glorious clash. It came in slow, bitter spoons, in waiting, in wondering, in watching the bread disappear slice by slice. And now, as you lie on your straw mattress, listening to the distant echo of enemy drums, You realize something terrible. You were safer in the moat. You wake to silence, but not the good kind. It's the kind of silence that presses against your ears, like the castle itself is holding its breath. The siege continues outside, but inside, the real danger brews behind locked doors and nervous glances. Because sometimes, the person you fear isn't the one with a sword on the battlefield. It's the one with the keys to your gate. Castles weren't just defended by stone and steel. They were held together by trust. And when that trust crumbles, no wall is high enough. Welcome to the subtle, twitchy world of Castellan conspiracies. You make your way toward the inner keep, where the Castellan, the castle's commander, is supposed to be coordinating defense, rationing supplies, inspiring the troops. But the guards at the door are on edge. One won't meet your eye. The other has a bruise under his helmet. You slip inside and find the Castellan hunched over a table, not studying maps, but scribbling something. A letter. His hands tremble. Is that guilt or just fatigue? Historians still argue how common inside betrayals were during castle sieges, but enough accounts survive to make the idea uncomfortably real. From bribed gatekeepers to ambitious underlings, betrayal from within was always a lurking threat. Imagine it. You've been trapped inside for weeks. Food is low, morale is lower, and someone outside offers you a choice. Open the gates, and your life, and maybe a little coin, will be spared. Suddenly, loyalty becomes negotiable. One infamous case, Chateau Gaillard, 1204. The defenders held strong until someone inside opened a latrine chute to the enemy. A toilet became a Trojan horse, and once the invaders were inside, the rest was quick and brutal. You eye the Castellan again. He avoids your gaze. His desk is cluttered, sealed scrolls, half-burned candles, and a strange amulet, possibly a gift from a visiting noble, or perhaps a bribe. You can't tell. He smiles, thinly, and tells you everything's under control. You don't believe him. The thing is, Castellan loyalty wasn't just about patriotism. Many were political appointees, not warriors, not leaders, but relatives of nobles, placed in command because of who they knew. Which meant, when things got bad, they got very creative about saving their own skins. Some faked illness to pass command. Others sent secret messages to besiegers promising surrender in exchange for titles or land. In a siege, paranoia becomes policy. One quirky tactic used by suspicious lords: booby-trapped keys. The idea was to assign multiple fake keys to underlings, so if the gate was opened without permission, they'd know who did it. Genius? Maybe. But that didn't stop sabotage. It just made it more complicated. You head toward the gatehouse now, heart racing. The portcullis creaks overhead, and you see a boy, barely 12, guarding the winch. He looks terrified, probably because he overheard something he wasn't meant to. And now he's been stationed here, alone. Not a promotion, a warning. You pass a soldier, muttering under his breath. Another sharpening a blade that's clearly ceremonial. A third slipping into the shadows with a sealed pouch tucked under his cloak. The tension isn't imagined. It's baked in. The walls feel like they're listening. And sometimes, the betrayal wasn't for survival. It was for revenge. Maybe the Lord insulted a knight. Maybe the cook lost a brother in a previous battle. Maybe someone wasn't paid on time. Grudges in castles were timeless, and they festered in siege conditions like wounds without salve. You returned to the chapel, hoping to find calm. But even here, whispers twist like smoke. A priest and a chamberlain argue in hushed tones. Over the altar, a tapestry hangs slightly askew. Behind it, a secret message, or just a breeze you don't dare check. One odd little fact: some castles employed whispering walls, designed so sound could travel along curved stone corridors, useful for passing messages or eavesdropping. You imagine your name being spoken in one, stretched like taffy through the stone, heard by someone you'd rather forget. You think back to the castellan's eyes, tired, distant, or calculating. You wonder how many times in history defenders thought they were strong, thought they were united, only to discover, too late, that their leader had made other plans. And when that gate opens at midnight, and the guards don't resist, and the torches flicker just once before being extinguished, will you be ready? So here's the thing about castles. They're not just made of stone. They're made of people. And people? Well, people crack before walls do. You retreat from the chapel, your mind still buzzing with the quiet treachery that might be unfolding behind every smile and salute. Maybe it's safer to avoid the politics. Maybe you should just hide in the guest wing. Surely that must be safer, right? The guest chambers, where hospitality meets captivity. You pass through a narrower hallway now, one lined with tall wooden doors, each with its own iron latch and small window cut near eye level. Some are open, most are shut, and a few are locked from the outside. See, in a castle, not all guests were created equal. Some were allies, others were bargaining chips, important visitors, disobedient cousins, hostages in velvet robes, and the guest wing. It served them all. Lavishly decorated prison or subtly guarded lounge. It depended entirely on who you were and how the winds of politics blew. You open one of the unlocked doors. Inside, a four-poster bed, a faded tapestry depicting a hunt, a dusty writing desk. It looks pleasant enough, but notice the bars on the windows, the lack of a lock on the inside, the heavy bolts waiting on the outer frame. Not quite the welcome package you expected. Historians still argue whether castles were truly designed with guest imprisonment in mind, or if they just adapted over time. But we know this: keeping someone comfortably confined was a common diplomatic strategy. It showed strength without drawing blood. You pace the room and notice the ceiling. Cracked, mold creeping from the corners. In the colder months, this chamber would have been freezing. The fire grate hasn't been used in a while, and the small stack of logs beside it is damp and insect-ridden. So much for royal treatment. You sit in the chair. It wobbles. The cushion crunches faintly beneath you. Possibly straw. Possibly something else. You resist the urge to check. One particularly odd tradition: some castles gave their high-status prisoners musicians. That's right. You might be under constant surveillance, unable to leave, but at least you got a lute player to soothe your nerves while you waited for your ransom. Medieval wellness. You wander into the next room. This one's darker, smaller, likely for a lesser guest. No bed, just a wooden cot nailed to the wall and a chamber pot with a crack down the side. In one corner, a small hole, maybe once used to pass food through. You run your fingers along the stone, smooth in places, worn from pacing. You realize someone was here for a long, long time. An escape? Practically impossible. Guest rooms were often positioned far from exits, up narrow staircases, with doors that could be bolted from multiple points. Some castles even had false guest rooms, pleasant facades with no real amenities, used to lure and trap unsuspecting rivals. One quirky tidbit: in some noble circles, it was seen as a mark of prestige to be held hostage in a lavish room. It meant you were valuable. Some prisoners were even allowed servants, books, even hunting falcons, provided they didn't try to leave. You move into a corridor with windows looking out over the courtyard. Through the glass, you spot a young page running with a tray of food toward the far tower, likely bringing a meal to another guest, or perhaps a very polite prisoner. And if you think these imprisonments were short-term, think again. Some nobles spent years, decades, in castle custody, exiled, sidelined, or simply kept safe until the political tides changed. Some adapted, others lost their minds. You notice a faded inscription scratched into one of the walls: "Better the cold of stone than the heat of betrayal." You wonder who wrote it, and whether they ever left. As you climb a small spiral stair at the end of the corridor, you emerge into what looks like a study: bookshelves, an abandoned inkwell, a cracked window, probably where letters were written, read, censored. Diplomats came and went, and someone had to keep track of it all. But what if a guest escaped? Rare, but not unheard of. There are accounts of imprisoned nobles bribing guards, digging through walls with spoons, or disguising themselves as servants. One even escaped in a barrel meant for wine. Clever. But most who tried didn't get far. And if caught, their hospitality was swiftly downgraded to dungeon-level luxury. You descend back to the main floor, past the rows of sealed rooms. You wonder how many deals were struck here. How many kings negotiated treaties while sipping wine outside a door with a furious cousin behind it. How many generals smiled, knowing their enemies were sleeping one floor above, under watch, under lock, under thumb. So tonight, when you rest your head in the guest chamber, remember, that feather pillow is stuffed with old power struggles. That window doesn't open all the way for a reason. And the smiling steward who showed you to your room, he's holding the key. You leave the guest wing, footsteps echoing in the stillness, and head toward what you assume will be a place of peace: the chapel. After all, what's more comforting than candlelight on stone, gentle echoes of prayer, and the soft rustle of ancient robes? Well, that depends on your expectations for divine spaces. You push open a heavy oak door, the iron hinges groaning like they haven't seen oil in a century. The air inside is cooler, dustier, and carries the faint scent of mold mingled with old incense. Welcome to the unholy chapel, where not even God could fully guarantee your safety. This chapel, like many in medieval castles, is modest: a single aisle, wooden pews, and a stone altar adorned with faded carvings. Light filters in through stained glass that's been repaired more times than you'd like to count, casting distorted saints across the floor. One appears to have 3 eyes: artistic liberty or a poorly executed restoration. Hard to say. You walk slowly past the pews. They creak underfoot. Not the floorboards, the seats themselves, warped from damp and riddled with tiny holes. Woodworms. Lovely. Historians still argue whether these chapels were more symbolic than spiritual, designed to project piety rather than inspire it. Lords often boasted of their private places of worship, but many were rarely used outside of births, deaths, and last-minute pleas before battle. You reach the altar. It's flanked by relics, or so the priest claimed. A bone fragment of a saint, a bit of cloth, allegedly from the Virgin Mary's robe. One of the items looks suspiciously like a chicken wishbone glued to a velvet cushion. You don't ask. One quirky chapel tidbit. Relic theft was rampant. Entire raids were staged just to steal another castle's holy item. The logic? The more relics you had, the more divine protection you could boast. It was part spirituality, part marketing. And the priests? Some were pious. Others, well, not so much. A few were ex-soldiers, exiles, or nobles' younger brothers who got shoved into holy orders like leftovers into a cupboard. Their sermons ranged from deeply moving to deeply incoherent. You glance at the pulpit. The steps are crumbling. The railing is missing. There's a candlestick still dripping wax onto an open ledger. You step closer. The ink is smudged, and the pages are warped from damp. But you can still read a few entries. Baptisms, marriages, deaths, and one entry hastily scratched out. A name removed, a secret buried. The air here isn't peaceful. It's heavy, like years of whispered confessions never really left the stone. Every crack in the wall seems to listen. Every echo sounds like someone else's footstep. You move toward a side chamber, possibly a sacristy, where robes and communion supplies were stored. It's cluttered, candles stacked in odd places, a chalice upside down in a bucket of what might be wine, or not, a robe on the floor, moth-eaten and speckled with something that looks alarmingly like dried blood. And let's talk about choir stalls. These narrow wooden seats, ornate and rigid, were a breeding ground for lice. And not just lice, fleas, mites, and whatever else could live in unwashed wool. Many monks left worship itching more than enlightened. There's a crypt beneath the chapel. Of course, most castles had one, a place for nobles to be interred, ideally close to God. You find the narrow stairs and descend. The air turns musty, like parchment soaked in vinegar. The walls are close, and the ceiling low. You pass carved tombs, names long forgotten, faces worn smooth by centuries. One stone effigy has a crack running through its skull. You try not to interpret that as a metaphor. And in the far corner, an unmarked grave. No plaque, no date. Just a mound of settled dust and a single wax-stained candle beside it. A servant? A sinner? A secret? The crypts weren't always sealed. During sieges, they became storage rooms. During famines, they became hideouts. And sometimes, grimly, they became dinner tables. Don't ask. Back upstairs, you hear distant chanting, or perhaps just the wind. Either way, it reminds you, this chapel, like every other room in the castle, is just a repurposed space. Stone reshaped to fit the needs of fear, faith, and control. The bells don't ring here anymore. The rope is snapped, and the tower that once held the bell leans ever so slightly to the left. You imagine it crashing down in a storm, not with a bang, but with a soggy, ecclesiastical flop. And when the candles are out, and the chapel lies in darkness, all that remains is stone and silence. The kind of silence that weighs on your chest and makes you wonder how many prayers were never answered. and how many were answered too late. So next time you seek refuge in the chapel, just remember, sanctity doesn't always mean safety, especially not here, especially not now. You slip out of the chapel, its shadows still clinging to your sleeves, and head toward a warmer, louder place, the kitchen. The sounds reach you before the smells do. The clang of pots, the bark of orders, the low roar of open flame, and then, yes, the scent of something, cooking, burning, both. You follow the aroma and step into a chamber of pure medieval chaos. The castle kitchen is not what you'd call organized. It's a sprawling mess of fire, flesh, and fury. A dozen people move in different directions, shouting over each other, waving ladles and knives like weapons in a culinary war. Your senses are immediately overwhelmed. A huge cauldron bubbles over with stew thick enough to walk on. Bread bakes in blackened ovens, already cracked from overuse and poor repairs. A woman is plucking a goose while arguing with a one-eyed man wielding a cleaver far too dramatically. Welcome to the belly of the beast. Historians still debate just how structured medieval kitchens were. Some castles had advanced systems with multiple rooms, bakeries, boiling houses, larders. Others, a single smoky cavern with one hearth and a lot of yelling. Here, it's the latter. The floor is slick with grease and ashes. You sidestep what you hope is a puddle of wine. Someone nearly bumps you with a tray full of raw fish, its eyes still intact, judging you. You nod apologetically to a cook with a face like a boiled turnip. He doesn't smile back. You watch as an assistant drops a slab of questionable meat onto a wooden counter that's been used so many times it has grooves deeper than your trust issues. He picks up a knife, wipes it on his apron, already blood-soaked, and begins to chop. Hygiene? Not exactly priority one. One quirky fact: medieval kitchens often used dogs, specifically trained turnspit dogs, to run on wheels that rotated roasting spits. You glance at a dusty wheel in the corner and realize it once held one of these poor creatures, running in circles while a boar turned over flame. You back away from the fire a bit. It's large, central, and very much alive. Flames leap up to lick the iron pot suspended above. One is cracked, dripping something viscous into the coals. The smell that rises is not appetizing. Castles required enormous quantities of food, feeding the lord, the lady, their family, their guards, their guests, and the dozens of servants took effort. And during a feast, the pressure increased tenfold. Chicken stuffed with herbs, pies filled with questionable fillings, vegetables boiled until they begged for mercy. And the danger? Oh, it's everywhere. Knives go flying. Flames surge. One man's hair catches briefly. He pats it out with a hunk of bread. Someone yells about missing salt. Another cries because the butter's gone rancid. The scullery boy drops a bowl and then slips in the shards. No one helps. You peek into a side room, the larder. Inside, salted fish hanging from hooks, sacks of grain crawling with something they shouldn't be crawling with, and wheels of cheese that look more like sentient mushrooms than dairy. You reach for a loaf of bread on a nearby table. A hand slaps yours away. "Not for you," growls a cook. You nod respectfully. He's holding a rolling pin like he knows how to use it. One more thing. The kitchen fires were one of the most common causes of castle-wide destruction. No chimneys in early castles meant smoke simply gathered in the rafters, and sparks could leap to nearby stores of hay, linens, or firewood. If the fire spread, there was no backup plan. You notice the ceiling here is dark with soot, cracked in places where heat has warped the wood. It's a miracle it hasn't collapsed. Yet, in the corner, someone's butchering what appears to be a deer. Except, wait, that's not a deer. That's something else. You decide not to ask. You also decide not to eat dinner. One small table near the edge of the room holds herbs and spices, parsley, sage, maybe a dried apple slice or two. But the labels are gone, and one looks suspiciously like moss or fur. And the cook in charge? A tyrant in an apron. He barks orders in 3 languages, throws a ladle at someone for stirring too slow, and wipes his forehead with the same cloth he just used to clean a knife. You're starting to wonder if he's the most dangerous man in the entire castle. You leave the kitchen, eyes stinging, ears ringing, and stomach confused. It's amazing, really. All that effort, all that shouting, all that grease, and the result? A barely edible mystery stew that gives half the castle indigestion and the other half visions. So tonight, when someone offers you a slice of pie with something surprising in the middle, just remember, the kitchen cooked it and survived. You step into the courtyard again, hoping to find fresh air and fewer knives. The kitchen, you've decided, is not just the castle's stomach. It's also its stress center. But out here, beneath the open sky, surrounded by stone walls and the soft clatter of distant hooves, maybe you'll finally catch your breath. Except this courtyard, this square of worn cobblestone and shuffling feet, has its own dark rhythm, its own blood-soaked history. Because in medieval castles, the courtyard wasn't just for gathering. It was also where people were publicly unmade. At first glance, everything seems normal. Chickens peck at the dust near the stables. A few soldiers spar half-heartedly near a trough. Laundry flutters from a second-story window. A dog naps in a sunbeam. And right in the center, a slightly raised wooden platform. No one talks about it, but it's there. See, courtyards served many purposes: training, meetings, ceremonies. But they also doubled as impromptu execution grounds. Why build a scaffold in the public square when you had a perfectly good space inside the walls? It kept everything tidy, contained, efficient. You approach the platform. It's empty now, just damp boards and one rusty nail sticking up at a defiant angle. But you can feel what happened here. The wood is darker in places, old stains that rain never washed away. A single crow watches from a ledge above. Of course it does. Historians still argue whether executions in castle courtyards were meant to deter or entertain. The answer? Both. Sometimes it was a criminal, sometimes a traitor, sometimes a servant who looked at someone the wrong way. Justice, in these walls, was sharp and fast. One quirky record tells of a castle that hosted duels to the death in the courtyard. Judicial trials where guilt was decided by who remained standing. Trial by combat wasn't myth. It was Monday. You move past the platform to the well, the centerpiece of the courtyard. Life depended on it. Water, in a siege, was more valuable than gold. But it was also tricky. Many castle wells were shallow, contaminated, or badly placed. If attackers poisoned it, or if someone threw a corpse down there, suddenly Your oasis became a vector for disease. You glance inside. It's deep, too deep. A bucket hangs from a fraying rope, swaying slightly in the wind. You imagine voices echoing from the bottom. Maybe it's just the breeze. Maybe not. And speaking of disease, public executions meant blood. Blood meant flies. Flies meant plague. The irony of the justice system giving you dysentery wasn't lost on medieval residents. A boy runs past you now, laughing, chasing a wooden hoop. He skips right across the spot where heads once rolled. That's the strange thing about these places. History never fully leaves. It just settles into the cracks. You turn toward the stables, where horses shuffle in their stalls. The smell hits you. Hay, dung, sweat, old leather. Strangely comforting, actually. But then you spot a row of spikes hammered into the stone wall nearby. On one of them, a tattered banner. On another, a helmet, and something vaguely jaw-shaped. The message is clear. And when the Lord wanted to make a statement, really impress upon the people the cost of betrayal, he'd go theatrical. Hanged corpses, drawn entrails, even dismembered limbs nailed above the gates. Subtlety was not the medieval way. But don't worry, executions weren't always violent. Sometimes they were just creative, boiling, branding. Pillories in the courtyard where offenders had to endure not only shame, but flying vegetables and the occasional goat-related incident. One odd practice? Shame parades. A prisoner would be marched around the courtyard with signs hung around their neck, accusations scrawled in Latin. They weren't always accurate. One poor man was labeled a sheep thief. Turned out he was just short. You sit on a stone bench now, its surface warm from the sun. Nearby, two women mend clothing beside a laundry line. Life goes on. It always did. Even when someone was executed that morning, people still had to cook, clean, gossip, tend to the animals. And that's perhaps the most haunting thing, how normal it all became. You stand again and walk toward the far wall, where scorch marks mar the stone. An old fire? Or punishment? Some castles used branding irons to mark repeat offenders. Others preferred fire as a method of purification, burning belongings, relics, or sometimes people. So the courtyard wasn't just the castle's crossroads. It was its theater, and everyone played a part: spectator, servant, soldier, or subject. And you're just passing through. Today. But tomorrow? Who knows? A wrong word, a sideways glance, a rumor. The same crowd that cheered your knighting could cheer your undoing. So enjoy the sun while it lasts. You leave the courtyard slowly, eyes lingering on the scaffold as if it might remember you. A few steps more, and you enter one of the narrower passages that zigzag through the inner keep. The wind here turns sharper, slicing between the stones like a warning. You tug your cloak tighter, but it doesn't help, because this is the truth no one wants to admit. Castles were freezing. Not just chilly, not just a little drafty. Bone deep, lung stiffening, soul numbing cold, especially in winter, especially at night, especially if you weren't rich enough to afford 4 layers of wool and someone to heat your boots. The stone walls that seemed so strong earlier, they retain cold like they were designed by frost itself. You touch one now, smooth, damp, and shockingly icy. Even in warmer months, the interiors of most castles remain several degrees cooler than the outside. In January, It was like sleeping in a crypt. Historians still debate just how unbearable castle life was in winter. Some argue that tapestries, braziers, and rushes helped insulate rooms. Others point out the frostbite and royal correspondence and the endless complaints about frozen ink. You decide to side with the ones who wore gloves indoors. You duck into a side chamber now, a sleeping space, probably for a guard or minor noble. There's a mattress made of straw and cloth, slightly damp, smelling faintly of mildew and armpit. A single fireplace in the corner chokes on its own ashes. The logs have gone out. Again, someone probably forgot to stoke them. You try the shutters. They don't fully close. A draft sneaks in and curls around your ankles like a malevolent cat. You shiver. Even noble chambers weren't immune. In fact, high-ceilinged rooms were the worst. All the heat rose, leaving lords to sleep under fur blankets with freezing noses poking out. And let's be honest, bathing was rare. So the cold mixed with unwashed bodies created an atmosphere less cozy and more aromatic nightmare. And then there was illness. Castles, with their poor insulation, crowded quarters, and lack of sanitation, were hotbeds of disease, pneumonia, tuberculosis, lung rot, as they called it. One chilly week could turn a minor sniffle into a full-blown fever. You pass a young servant curled in a corner, coughing into a bundle of cloth. No one notices. No one helps. He's wrapped in a wool tunic 3 sizes too large and muttering something under his breath. You step around him carefully. Everyone knows that if you make eye contact, you might be expected to do something. One quirky remedy? Some castle physicians believed hanging a dead mole around your neck could prevent illness. Yes, a mole. Science was still finding its footing. You keep walking, moving toward the higher floors now. The cold doesn't lessen. It grows sharper, more invasive. Your breath fogs the air. You pass a woman carrying hot coals in a brass pan, trying to warm her chamber before bed. The coals glow weakly. The air doesn't change. In the great hall, a fire roars in the hearth, but only for those seated nearby. The corners remain dark and frigid. You see nobles gathered with goblets and furs, chatting between shivers. One knight's teeth chatter loud enough to interrupt a song. And there's another thing. Windows. Castle windows were often just openings in the wall. No glass, just shutters. Maybe cloth. Maybe oiled parchment, if you were lucky. On stormy nights, rain and snow blew into the room. Fires went out. Beds got soaked. Spirits dipped below freezing. Later castles added glass. But even then, it was uneven, cloudy, and barely insulated. Rich families hung curtains around beds, not for romance, but for warmth. Entire beds became little cabins, called box beds, to trap what little heat you had. And illness? It spread like gossip. You'd think the chill would kill bacteria, but close quarters, poor nutrition, and no concept of germ theory meant even the sniffles could spark an epidemic, especially among children, especially among servants, especially during siege. You glance at the corner of the hall. A woman holds a child wrapped in layers of cloth. The child isn't crying. It's coughing, wet and deep. You turn away before your mind finishes that thought. And don't forget about the damp, that ever-present, creeping moisture that clung to walls, floors, your clothes, your skin. Mold blossomed in corners. Tapestries rotted. Leather cracked and warped. Boots froze stiff overnight. Sheets developed their own ecosystems. There are accounts of noblewomen refusing to enter certain rooms in winter, of guards falling asleep on night watch and never waking up, of fires lit inside closed rooms and smoke suffocating everyone before the heat arrived. And yet, people survived. They layered. They huddled. They slept with dogs. They drank heavily. Some rooms had bed warmers. Metal pans filled with coals slid between sheets to chase the chill. Others just shivered until sleep came like a second blanket. You return to your chamber, teeth clacking, fingers numb. The hearth has gone cold. The straw in your mattress is damp again. You wrap yourself in every cloak you can find. And then, you lie there, staring at the ceiling, feeling the cold seep in through your bones. Stone walls may protect you from swords, but they welcome the cold with open arms. You awake with a start, the kind that comes when your body's convinced it's finally frozen to death. But you haven't. Not yet. You're still wrapped in those damp cloaks, still listening to the faint creaks of the castle's breath. But now, there's a sound. Faint, metallic, deliberate, chains. And suddenly, you remember, the dungeon is nearby. Every castle had one, or several. You rise, stretch the stiffness from your limbs, and light a torch. The stairwell to the lower levels waits like an open mouth. Cold air rolls up from the depths, thick with the scent of rot, rust, and time. Welcome to the part of the castle no one wants to think about until they're in it. The dungeon wasn't always some vast, dramatic cavern full of maniacal cackling. In many cases, it was just a pit, a literal hole in the ground, dug into the bedrock, with a ladder that could be pulled up to leave prisoners trapped in darkness. Forever, if need be. You descend slowly. The walls grow moist. The air tightens. You reach the base of the stairs, where a narrow passage branches into cells, low ceilings, iron doors, and silence that vibrates in your chest. One door stands open. You duck inside. It's small, too small to lie flat. The floor is straw, but it's damp, moving slightly. Mice? Bugs? Something worse? You decide not to look too closely. And here's the kicker. The dungeon wasn't the worst part. No. The real nightmare was what came before it. Because most prisoners didn't just arrive here cleanly. They were interrogated, and not gently. Castles didn't always have formal torture chambers, but they improvised with the tools at hand. The rack, the wheel, the iron boot, hot tongs, cold water, long silences. Historians still debate whether torture was as widespread as legends claim. Some argue it was rare, used sparingly to extract key confessions. Others suggest it was routine, a kind of brutal paperwork. You pass another cell, barred shut. Something moves inside, or did it? Perhaps it's just your imagination. Dungeons had a habit of stretching the mind. No sunlight, no fresh air, no voices except your own thoughts whispering back at you. One quirky medieval practice: oubliettes, forgetting holes, tiny vertical shafts where prisoners were lowered in and then left. No food, no rope, no records, literally forgotten. You touch one of the iron shackles still bolted to the wall, cold, heavier than expected. Imagine being bound here for weeks, listening to rats scurry and water drip from unseen cracks above, hope eroding one day at a time. And it wasn't just criminals. Dungeons held political rivals, foreign nobles, rebellious family members, sometimes servants who knew too much. Once inside, your title meant very little. There are letters from lords who begged for release from their own cousins and never got it. You step into the next cell. No furniture, of course. Just a corner that once served as a toilet, now caked with centuries of decay. The walls are scratched. Names, symbols, tallies counting days, or maybe failed escape attempts. One reads, "The sun no longer fits in my mind." You feel that. And if you think there was a trial, maybe, maybe not. Justice moved slowly when it moved at all. Many were imprisoned on suspicion alone. A whisper, a glance, an unfortunate dream relayed to the wrong person. And once you were in, you stayed. The jailer? Usually a retired soldier or debt-ridden villager. He wasn't kind. He wasn't cruel. He was tired, paid to deliver food, collect waste, and occasionally drag someone up for questioning. A man immune to begging, to bribery, or at least too bored to respond. You hear a creak behind you. You turn. No one's there. One last room, larger, strangely shaped. A storage area, maybe, or something worse. Chains dangle from above. Hooks, too. The walls slope, like someone tried to carve their way out, or maybe into something. You don't linger. And as you climb the stairs again, back into the breathable air of the upper floors, something strange happens. You feel grateful. Grateful for your cold bed, your terrible stew, your drafty room, and shouting cooks and guards who fall asleep on watch, because they're above. And this place is where the castle's darkest truths settle, where honor ends, where memory fades, where men are not broken, but unraveled, slowly, like thread from an old tunic. So yes, the dungeon is terrifying. But what leads you there? That's the true horror. You return to your chamber, feet dragging, torch sputtering. You long for warmth, for comfort, for something, anything, soft. And for a moment, your spirits lift as you spot the bed. It looks plush, inviting, draped in velvet, embroidered with gold thread, probably stuffed with the finest materials the castle can afford. You sink onto it gratefully, rub your tired hands along the coverlet, and then you scratch and scratch again. Yes, we've arrived at one of castle life's most persistent, most universal, and least glamorous truths. Vermin. Not the rats in the pantry, not the bats in the tower, the ones in your clothes. Because if you lived in a medieval castle, no matter how wealthy, how noble, how impeccably mannered, you shared your life with fleas, lice, and mites. They were the roommates who never paid rent, the party guests who never left, the itchy, biting backdrop of daily existence. You throw back the blanket. There's movement, tiny, frantic. A few black specks vanish into the folds, and suddenly, the grandeur of the velvet doublet hanging on your wall seems less enchanting. Historians still argue how aware people were of lice back then, whether they thought of them as a nuisance or simply part of life. Spoiler, it was the latter. Entire wardrobes were infested. People used special combs not to style their hair, but to harvest lice. The combs even had their own name, lice combs. Fashion meets biology. You walk to a mirror. Your collar is speckled. You scratch the back of your neck again, and again. One quirky fact: royalty often wore perfume sachets around their necks, not just to smell nice, but to mask the scent of unwashed fabric and deeder bugs. Cloves, lavender, dried rose petals, all ground into tiny pouches, hung like anti-itinerary charms against nature's smallest enemies. You inspect the seams of your tunic now. They're crawling with debris, threads loosened by tiny teeth. That beautiful brocade cloak you admired earlier? A walking petri dish. Wool, after all, holds warmth. Warmth breeds life. Life breeds company. And speaking of company, fashion didn't help. Those layered garments, the puffed sleeves, the quilted linings, the doublets and hose and linen undershirts, all perfect homes for pests. More layers meant more hiding places, and changing clothes wasn't a daily habit. Many wore the same outfit for weeks. You run a hand over your arm. Something moves beneath your sleeve. You don't want to know? Some nobles tried to fight back. They boiled clothing when they had time, or beat it against stones. Others simply accepted it, muttering prayers and applying vinegar to their scalps. And let's not forget the powder, sulfur, quicklime, and ashes, sprinkled down backs like terrible medieval dandruff. But here's the real kicker. Even the bedding was complicit. That beautiful mattress, stuffed with straw, changed rarely, straw that slowly broke down, collected moisture, attracted mold, and became home to all manner of tiny, wiggling, skittering guests. Featherbeds? Luxurious, yes, but equally tempting to lice. There are even accounts of people setting their beds on fire, briefly, to purge infestations. Just a quick scorch, a little flame. Nothing says, I care about my sleep, like minor arson. You lift the mattress edge now, just to check. You regret it. You sit back down, still scratching, wondering how anyone functioned like this. The answer? They didn't really notice. Or rather, they did, but they had no frame of reference. Everyone itched. Everyone scratched. Everyone had bite marks. It was like background noise, annoying, ever-present, and oddly bonding. And then there was the symbolism. Fleas and lice were so common. They became metaphors. Poems mentioned them. Artists painted them into the margins of manuscripts. Lovers joked about sharing fleas like pet names. My darling little biter. Someone once wrote in a love letter. You hoped they were being ironic. You rise from the bed, now repulsed by its softness. You want to stand. Forever. But you're tired. So tired. One last bit of irony. In castles under siege, when hygiene broke down even further, bugs saved lives. How? By biting everyone. Equal opportunity torment. And when someone suddenly stopped itching, it meant they were dead or dying. Lice, it turns out, are a surprisingly accurate health indicator. You sigh, you scratch your wrist again, then your shoulder, then your leg, and you lie back on the bed, gingerly, carefully. Is either this or the stone floor. And tonight, as you try to drift into some version of sleep, you'll count no sheep, only the itches. You don't sleep much, if at all. Between the scratching, the whistling wind, and the suspicious creaks in the rafters, rest remains as elusive as basic hygiene. You rise before dawn, groggy, itchy, and convinced that something crawled across your face around 3 a.m. Maybe it's time for a walk. You wrap yourself tightly and venture into one of the less trafficked wings of the castle. Fewer people, fewer candles, more shadows. And here, in this hushed corridor, you find something strange. A door that shouldn't be there. It's slightly ajar. No markings. No guard. Just a cold draft, pushing out like the room itself is exhaling. You enter, and what you find is another layer of the castle's secret personality, a world of false walls and trapdoors. Because castles weren't just built for defense, they were built for deception. The room before you looks normal enough at first glance. Stone walls, dusty shelves, a faded rug. But something feels off. You pace it once, twice, then notice one wall doesn't echo the same way when tapped. You press it. A panel shifts. A seam appears. And behind it, a narrow passage, barely shoulder width, pitch black. Historians still argue how common these hidden corridors were. Some say they were rare, expensive to build. Others insist nearly every well-funded castle had them. Escape routes, servant tunnels, smuggling paths. Whatever the case, you've just found one. You take a cautious step inside. The air is close, dry, and smells of ancient dust. Your fingers brush against stone, then wood, then something fabric soft that makes you flinch. Could be a curtain, could be a web. You keep going. These secret passages weren't always built with escape in mind. Sometimes they were observation points, small peepholes in chapel walls, slits behind tapestries. Lords liked to know what people really said during prayer. And then there were trapdoors, literal collapsible sections of flooring designed to send someone falling into a pit, a cellar, or worse. You pass one now, a square of wood in the floor that doesn't match the others, light as a feather when you press down. If you weren't careful, gone. One quirky account describes a banquet hall where the least favored guest would, mid-toast, vanish through a trapdoor into a barrel of brine. An unfortunate accident, the host would say, pouring more wine. You inch forward into what must be a tower base. There's a spiral stair to your left, but to your right, another door, small, reinforced, and bolted from this side. You open it, a dead-end room, no windows, just a stone bench and a rusted ring bolted into the wall. Ah, not an escape tunnel. A holding cell disguised as a cleaning closet. You back away slowly. Castles were filled with these surprises. False chambers used to hide people or things. Smuggled goods, stolen relics, forbidden books, love letters from the wrong noble family. Some castles even had trap stairs, steps of uneven height or width designed to trip attackers unfamiliar with the layout. You test one now. Sure enough, it slants downward at a weird angle. Subtle, but deadly at a run. And then there were maze-like layouts meant to confuse intruders. You realize you've already made 3 turns since entering this passage. Which way is out again? Your torch flickers. Your breath clouds. The air feels heavier. You turn back, carefully, retracing your steps, past the trapdoor, past the hidden latch, back to the normal corridor where the door now appears closed. You didn't close it. You slowly reach out, open it, and step back into the real world. The castle seems normal again. No one notices you emerging from the wall. A serving girl walks past, carrying firewood. A guard yawns near a window. And just like that, the illusion resets. The genius of these deceptions is how quietly they exist. Most castle residents didn't even know about the false walls. Only the lord, the castellan, maybe the architect, maybe a long-dead builder with a wicked sense of humor. You glance at a nearby tapestry. Does it hide something? A stair, a hole, a listening nook. You choose not to check. Not this time, because now you know. In a castle, space is never quite what it seems. There are doors that aren't doors, stairs that go nowhere, rooms that vanish between blueprints, and floors that might drop you into a pit full of pigs if you say the wrong thing at dinner. And tonight, when you pace your room once more before trying to sleep, listen carefully. That hollow thud beneath the floorboards could be old timber, could be rats, could be someone watching from the other side of the wall. You return to the upper halls, walking slower now, not from fear, though there's plenty of that clinging to the seams of your clothes, but from the sheer weight of everything you've learned. The castle no longer feels like a fortress. It feels like a puzzle box built by nervous hands, held together with suspicion, secrets, and a very medieval definition of safety. But there's still one place left to visit: the royal chamber. You find the heavy oak door at the far end of the hall. No guards. Odd. You push gently. It creaks open with theatrical reluctance, as if it knows it's the last illusion you're about to shatter. Inside, the room is large, grand, even, thick rugs, hanging tapestries, a carved writing desk, a canopy bed swaddled in crimson silk and fur. The fire glows low in the hearth. At last, you think, a place of true security, privacy, control. Except, not really. Because the truth is, even in this, especially in this, most sacred of rooms, no one was ever safe. In fact, the royal bedchamber may be the most dangerous place in the entire castle. You step inside and feel it immediately. The air isn't cold, but it's tense. Like history still sits here, perched in the corners, whispering reminders. This was where lords were poisoned, where queens whispered to lovers, where assassins crept barefoot across tapestries to slit throats by candlelight. Historians still argue whether most royal deaths occurred in battle or in bed. The answer isn't clear, but the latter was far more convenient. You examine the bed, ornate, enormous, draped in velvet and trimmed with gold braid. And yet, this soft sanctuary was the scene of some of the most infamous betrayals in history. You sleep here. You sleep vulnerable. Anyone with access to your wine cup, your pillow, your night air, could end you. You run a hand along the edge of the mattress. It's lumpy. Not from wear. From layers. Nobles sometimes hid documents here. Daggers. Even escape ropes. You glance toward the hearth, still burning low. But fires in bedchambers were often double-edged. Poison could be slipped into incense or coals. Suffocation came not from swordplay, but from smoke on a windless night. And who else had access to this room? Servants? Pages? Night watchmen? The chamberlain? Maybe a sibling? Maybe a rival? So many hands poured wine, changed sheets, warmed the footstool. All of them could betray. All of them had reason. You walk to the writing desk. The drawers are filled with letters, some unfinished, a royal seal, wax-stained parchment, one torn at the corner, hastily folded. You don't read it, but you wonder, was it ever delivered or hidden because its words carried more danger than swords? One quirky tradition? Royal chambers were sometimes rigged with alarms, bells tied to doors, or string traps connected to sleeping hands. Subtle things, but also easily cut, silenced, ignored. And the windows? Small, barred, inward-facing, not for light, For containment, you examine the canopy. A small tear in the fabric reveals something shiny above. A hook? Maybe it once held a lantern. Or a noose. Not all castle deaths left blood behind. Some were quiet, intentional, encouraged. You close your eyes for a moment and picture the king or queen lying here. Eyes closed, breathing slow, dreams filled with war, legacy, power, and all the while, danger waiting a foot away, or already in the room. And even if no blade struck in the night, paranoia did its work. Many rulers slept poorly, took sleeping potions, hired food tasters, ordered guards to sleep outside their doors, then feared they might be bribed. One lord allegedly moved chambers every night, randomly, so no one would know where he'd be sleeping. He still didn't make it to 50. You open a small chest at the end of the bed. Inside, not gold, not jewels, just three things: a letter opener, a vial of powder, and a rolled up floor plan of the castle with one hallway circled. You close it, because now you know. There was never a truly safe room in the castle. Not the courtyard, not the chapel, not even this one. Safety was a story people told themselves as they bolted their doors and hoped the night would pass them by. And when you lie down tonight, head on silk, heart in your throat, you'll finally understand. It wasn't the invaders you had to fear. It was everyone else. And now, let that final thought drift like mist across your mind. The walls of the castle fade. The fire dims. The whispers hush. You've walked its courtyards, climbed its towers, paced its kitchens, and descended into the earth beneath it. You've seen its secrets, touched its traps, tasted its fear, and yet, you're still here. You've survived the cold stone and the colder stairs. You've tiptoed past sleeping guards, nosy ghosts, and floors that move when they shouldn't. You've scratched and sighed and leaned against history's heavy door. Now, let all of that fall away. The chill in the air is gone now, replaced by the slow, steady warmth of your breath. The torch sputters and fades into a soft glow. That noise outside? Just wind. That creak inside the wall? Just settling stone. That itch on your ankle? Well, you're imagining it. Let the weight of the armor slide off your shoulders. Let the echo of danger become nothing more than memory. There is no siege here. No poisoned goblet. No secrets in the tapestry. Just stillness. Just silence. Just sleep. Take one deep breath now. Slow. Steady. Filling your chest like a drawbridge lifting. And then exhale. Gently. Like lowering the portcullis after a long, cautious night. The castle grows quiet. The fears grow soft. And you, brave traveler of crumbling keeps, of forgotten stone and flickering flame, you are safe. At last, sleep well.